There is a mountain in Bolivia that should not exist, 220 meters long, made entirely of red sandstone, every inch of it carved with channels, niches, geometric circles, and the figures of jaguars and pumas raised from the stone in high relief. Mainstream archaeology has credited 3 different civilizations with it across the centuries, and none of the 3 actually match the work, not in skill, not in tradition, not in any other site they ever left behind, anywhere, ever. Tonight we look at the mountain history has been quietly lying about. Chapter 1. The Impossible Mountain. Hidden where the high Andes fall away into the Amazon, sits El Fuerte de Samaipata, a single ridge of red sandstone spanning more than 2 football fields at over 6,000 feet of elevation. Almost every surface is carved with impossible precision, perfectly concentric circles, deep channels, and high-relief jaguars. UNESCO designates it a unique masterpiece with no parallel anywhere in the Americas. Yet mainstream archaeology confidently credits this monumental anomaly to the Shanay, a peaceful agricultural people from around 300 AD, whose only other surviving legacy consists of corn, peanuts, and basic pottery. The problem is glaring. Across every other site they ever inhabited, the Shanay never carved anything remotely like this. Not a smaller stone, not a practice attempt, nothing. We are asked to believe that an entire monumental tradition began, peaked, and ended on this one mountain, practiced by exactly 1 generation of farmers who otherwise carved nothing at all. That is not how monumental traditions work in any culture. So how did this date get attached to this mountain? The answer is that you cannot carbon date a rock. Stone has no organic content, so when researchers state a year for a carved monument, they are not measuring the carving itself, they are measuring what was buried near it. At Samaipata, that something is pottery, specifically the wares of a culture called the Mojacoyas, which flourished in the region from roughly 200 to 800 AD. The standard archaeological argument then runs in 3 steps. The Mojacoyas' pottery dates the human occupation of the site, the Shanay are the cultural inheritors of the Mojacoyas, and the Inca walls that cut across earlier carvings prove the carvings predate the Inca arrival in the late 1400s AD. Therefore, the carvings belong to the Mojacoyas and Shanay phase around the year 300 AD. The logic is internally consistent. It is also doing more work than each step actually permits. Consider what each step proves. Ceramic seriation, the technique used to date the pottery, is genuinely robust, and it can tell us with confidence when ceramic-using people were present at a place. It cannot tell us when, or by whom, the rock beneath their feet was first cut. A pot on the surface in the year 300 AD is evidence of a potter in the year 300 AD. It is not evidence of a stonemason. The Inca wall argument is even more revealing. Yes? Inca masonry cuts across the carvings, and this proves the carvings predate the Inca, but it does not prove they belong to the Shanay rather than to someone earlier. The Inca walls give us a ceiling, not a floor. The carvings could be 300 AD. They could just as easily be 300 BC. Stratigraphically, both possibilities fit. And there is one more piece worth knowing. Bolivia is home to more than 1,000 documented rock art sites, scattered from the Andean highlands to the Amazon margin, and some of them are dated to the pre-ceramic period. Before pottery existed in this part of the world, thousands of years before the Shanay, the tradition of cutting symbols into Bolivian stone is older than the people we credit with cutting Samaipata, by margins the standard chronology does not even try to address. The discipline itself has reason to be humble about confident dates in the deep past. In the early 1990s, excavators at a hill in southeastern Turkey called Göbekli Tepe pushed the threshold of monumental architecture back by more than 7,000 years, overturning a textbook claim that hunter-gatherers could not build on that scale. The lesson is not that Samaipata is also that old. The lesson is that confident dates in deep prehistory have a habit of moving when new evidence arrives. So if the Shane did not carve this mountain, then who in Bolivia, at the same date, actually had the hands to cut sandstone like this? Chapter 3. Stolen Credit. If we cannot date the carving itself, we can at least ask who in Bolivia, at the time the pottery puts people on the site, actually had the technical capacity for this kind of work. 700 kilometers west of Samaipata, on the high plateau near the southern shore of Lake Titicaca, a city was rising. The city was called Tiwanaku. Modern Bayesian radiocarbon work places its monumental architecture from around the year 200 AD onward, and by 375 AD, Tiwanaku was producing precision-cut blocks with such clean geometric edges that engineers today still struggle to describe how the work was done with the tools available at the time. By the 6th century AD, the temple complex of Puma Punku was being assembled out of stones weighing tens of tons, slotted together with H-shaped clamps and joints so tight that a knife blade cannot pass between them. These are the same centuries during which, we are told, peaceful farmers in the eastern lowlands were carving Samaipata, the same country, the same era. The standard objection to drawing a line between the two sites is straightforward. Tiwanaku and Samaipata sit in different worlds. Tiwanaku is highland, Aymaran, ceremonial. Samaipata is lowland, Arawakan, agricultural. The Andes Mountains stand between them. The cultures spoke different languages. They are written into different chapters of the textbooks. The objection sounds reasonable until you measure what cultural reach actually meant in the Andean Middle Horizon. Tiwanaku influence is demonstrably present at sites more than 800 kilometers from the city, in multiple directions, through stylistic, religious, and material traces. Tiwanaku traded. Tiwanaku sent emissaries. Tiwanaku founded colonies. The notion that a stoneworking tradition, this powerful, operating in Bolivia for centuries, somehow exerted no influence whatsoever on what was being carved in Bolivia 700 kilometers east of it, is the genuinely improbable claim. The Inca themselves confirmed the caliber of the source. When the Inca Empire later expanded south into the Titicaca Basin, they did not invent their stoneworking tradition from nothing. They imported masons from the Tiwanaku heartland, in deliberate homage to the older masters whose work they could not improve upon. The Inca recognized who the real teachers were. The mountain that should not exist sits in a country that demonstrably contained, at the relevant date, a school of stoneworkers whose finest work the Inca themselves would later borrow. The simplest answer to who actually carved Samaipata is the people in Bolivia who, in the same century, were carving everything else. If a school of master stoneworkers really reached this mountain, their fingerprints should appear elsewhere. So, where else in the Andes is the same hand still carved into the stone, hiding under the wrong civilization's name? Chapter 4. The Forgotten Blueprint. If Samaipata belongs to an older Bolivian stoneworking tradition, we should expect to find its fingerprints elsewhere. Specifically, we should expect to find the same design vocabulary in places mainstream chronology insists have nothing to do with Samaipata, and we do. 1,500 kilometers northwest of El Fuerte, in the highlands of southern Peru near the modern city of Cusco, two carved sanctuaries share a design vocabulary with the Bolivian rock so specific that the standard explanations begin to strain. The first is called Say White. The second is called Kenko. Both sit deep inside what the world calls Inca country, and both are officially dated to the closing decades of the Inca Empire, around the years 1400 and 1500 AD. Say White is a single boulder of granite, carved in 3 dimensions, with more than 200 geometric and zoomorphic figures, reptiles, frogs, felines, water channels winding across the surface like the rivers of a miniature country, stepped terraces, niches. The same vocabulary that is cut into Samaipata 1100 years earlier in a different country. Kenko is different in shape but identical in technique, a massive limestone outcrop cut with chambers, alcoves, seats and channels. At its centre, a stone cutout designed so that on the winter solstice the rising sun throws the silhouette of a puma across the rock. The puma, the same animal that rises from the sandstone at Samaipata in high relief. The same solar alignment that the east-west axis of Samaipata also implies. The mainstream response to this pattern is straightforward. The Andes are large. Felines, frogs, and water channels are universal symbols across the ancient Americas. Geometric niches occur in many cultures. The similarity, on this account, is either coincidence or at most loose cultural diffusion across more than 1,000 years, not evidence of a common source. That response would be more persuasive if the shared features were generic. They are not. The recurring elements are very specific, concentric circular rings cut directly into bedrock, stacked niches with smaller forms inset inside larger ones, parallel grooves running absolutely straight along the long axis of an outcrop, high-relief feline figures on rounded circular bases. These are not the universal symbols of human imagination. These are particular technical choices, and they repeat at Samaipata and at Sewite and at Kenko with a consistency that argues for a shared technical lineage, not for convergent imagination. There is one more detail the mainstream account itself has been registering for years. Even peer-reviewed archaeological reference works admit that the Sewite stone may not actually be Inca. The standard text contains a remarkable sentence. Some specialists are not convinced that the stone was a direct work of the Incas, and it is speculated that it was reused by them, but that its origin could be earlier. The Inca, on this reading, walked up to a stone that was already carved, and made it the centre of their own sanctuary. We have a name for that pattern. It is the same pattern we have been tracing all along. The cultures we can name may all be inheritors of a tradition whose original carvers we cannot. So far, we have only looked at the catalogue. But what is actually cut into that ridge, from end to end, that no photograph has ever fully shown you? Chapter 5. The Serpent's Spine. The ridge has an orientation, east to west. The longer axis of the carved monolith runs precisely along the line the sun travels through the sky. Inca solar architecture across the southeastern Andes is famous for this orientation. Samaipata shares it. We begin at the western end of the rock. Two enormous feline figures emerge from circular bases, pressed up out of the sandstone in high relief. These are the only high relief carvings on the entire site. The larger is identified as a jaguar, crouched, broad-shouldered, attentive. The smaller, almost overlooked at first, is a puma, two predators sacred across the pre-Columbian Andes, from Patagonia to the Caribbean. Whoever carved them was quoting from a sacred bestiary that already had centuries of meaning behind it. Moving east, the famous feature comes into view. Two parallel grooves 20 meters long cut absolutely straight down the center of the ridge, flanked by zigzag channels on either side. The local name is the spine of the serpent, the cascabel, the rattlesnake. The grooves are so straight, so deep, and so geometrically clean that in the 1960s a Swiss writer named Erich von Daniken came twice to Samaipata, looked at this feature, and declared it the landing strip of an ancient extraterrestrial spacecraft. He was wrong. We know he was wrong. But standing at the head of the cascabel, looking down its length, you understand why he reached for that explanation. Whatever the spine of the serpent was for, it was designed by people who valued straight lines, parallel runs, and geometric repeatability. Continuing east to the summit, we reach what may be the most telling feature on the site. The rock has been cut into two perfectly concentric circles, the inner roughly 5 meters across, the outer closer to 7. Inside the rings, cut directly into the bedrock, sit 18 seats. Niches in the shape of teeth, evenly spaced, arranged like a court awaiting an audience. The standard name for this feature is the Choir of the Priests, and the standard interpretation is that the seats were ceremonial. The geometry suggests something more specific. 2 precise concentric circles, 18 evenly spaced positions, an east-west axis aligned to solar movement. These are the design hallmarks of an observatory. Around the base of the rock sit smaller niches stacked inside larger ones, recessed forms within recessed forms. They echo, almost exactly, the multi-layered niches you find on the inner walls of Machu Picchu, a site 1,500 kilometers away, built by people the textbooks place in a different millennium altogether. That is what you can see above ground. The strangest part of Samaipata is what lies beneath it, but the carvings on the surface are only half the story. So what is waiting underneath the mountain, in the passage that Bolivian archaeologists could never finish exploring? Chapter 6. What lies beneath? A short walk down from the carved summit, half lost in jungle undergrowth, the ground opens. The opening is small, only about 4.5 feet across, but it does not lead anywhere natural. It is a tunnel, cut, carved, plunging straight into the earth at an angle no underground river would ever take. Bolivian archaeologists, decades ago, attempted to explore it. They got about 300 feet in before the passage collapsed, blocked by what appears to be deliberate fill mixed with the slow infiltration of jungle debris. The official explanation lists possible uses: a drainage channel, an escape route, a holding cell for ritual prisoners. None of these match what is actually there. A drainage channel does not need to be wide enough for a man to walk through. An escape route does not begin at the highest ceremonial point on the mountain. The tunnel has been waiting for decades for a real answer. Part of that answer arrived in January of 2025. In Cusco, the ancient Inca capital, 1,500 kilometers north of Samaipata, across the spine of the Andes, 2 archaeologists named Jorge Calero Flores and Mildred Fernandez Palomino announced the results of a ground-penetrating radar survey beneath the streets of the colonial Old City. They had confirmed what Spanish chronicles and indigenous oral tradition had insisted existed for 500 years. A tunnel cut into the bedrock, running for 1,750 meters, more than a mile, from the Coricancha, the ancient temple of the sun, all the way to the great fortress of Sacsayhuaman on the hill above. 3 additional side branches were mapped by the radar. The folklore was not folklore. The Andean tunnel tradition was real. It had simply been waiting for the right technology to measure it. This does not prove the Samaipata tunnel connects to the Cusco network. The distances are too great, and the connection has never been demonstrated. What it proves is that we can no longer file Andean tunnel features under superstition. The same ridge profile, the same architectural intent, the same sealed passage at the foot of a sacred outcrop occurs at Samaipata and at Cusco. In cultures, the textbooks place 1,000 years and 1,500 kilometers apart. Now hold the map of Bolivia in your mind and add the third site. 300 kilometers north of Samaipata, in the savanna marshland of the Llanos de Moxos, on the southern margin of the Amazon basin, an entire pre-Columbian civilization slept under the forest canopy. In the year 2022, a team of archaeologists working with airborne laser scanning, the technology known as LiDAR, published their findings in the journal Nature. The laser beams cut through the trees, mapped the ground beneath, and revealed something nobody had known existed. Stepped earthen platforms, U-shaped ceremonial structures, conical pyramids reaching 22 meters in height, urban settlements covering more than 300 hectares each. A 4-tier hierarchical landscape stretching across 4,500 square kilometers of Bolivian Amazon. The culture has been named Casarabe. It flourished from roughly the year 500 AD to 1400 AD. 300 kilometers from Samaipata, the same country, roughly the same period, hidden, complete, until satellite laser cut through the canopy 3 years ago. The point is not that Casarabe carved Samaipata. The point is the geography. Inside a single Bolivia, within a 500-kilometer radius of the mountain in the jungle, we have, in the same broad century, master stoneworkers raising precision temples at Tiwanaku to the west, an entire urban civilization of earthen pyramids hidden in the Amazon to the north, and confirmed underground tunnel networks across the same Andean culture sphere to the northwest. 3 discoveries, 3 technologies, 3 pieces of evidence, all pointing at the same conclusion. The map of ancient Bolivia we have been working from is incomplete. The Shane may have lived near Samaipata in the 3rd century AD. The Inca may have ruled it in the 15th. The Spanish may have garrisoned it in the 16th. None of those facts answer the question the mountain itself is asking: whose hands first held the chisel? Whose mind first laid the east-west line? Whose tradition the Shane inherited, and whose tradition still has no name in any history we have yet written. The mountain remembers in carved sandstone what we have not yet learned to read, until LiDAR cuts through one more patch of canopy, until ground-penetrating radar maps one more sealed tunnel, until one more peer-reviewed paper rewrites one more chapter. El Fuerte de Samaipata stands as a question with no settled answer: who carved it, what it was for, and what else, in the same country, is still waiting for us in the dark. Now I want to hear from you. Who carved Samaipata? Not what the textbook says, what you think, after everything we just looked at. Drop your theory in the comments below. The wilder the better, because the official story has already given us its answer and the stone does not agree. Subscribe to the channel and turn on the bell, because the next mountain we look at is hiding somewhere even stranger than Bolivia. High in the cool plateaus of Ethiopia, beyond the gorges and the rift valleys, beyond the tourist routes and the textbooks, a network of megalithic sites lies waiting: towers of granite weighing hundreds of tons, walls fitted without mortar, fields of standing pillars stretching to the horizon, and stone slabs carved with symbols that no scholar has yet deciphered. Mainstream archaeology assures us that the civilizations of this region rose only in the 1st millennium BC and reached their height in the 1st centuries AD, a tidy and manageable story. But what if those settlers were not the builders at all? What if they were the heirs, the latecomers who found these stones already standing and quietly raised their cities on top of someone else's masterpiece? Tonight, we travel through 4 of Ethiopia's most puzzling megalithic sites. We will weigh the official story against the stone itself, against material science, against the hard limits of geology and mathematics. And, by the end, you may begin to suspect that the cradle of humanity was also, in its own quiet way, the cradle of a forgotten civilization. Chapter 1. The Stone Towers of Axum. In the northern highlands of Tigray, near the ancient city of Axum, there is a field that should not exist. Slender granite pillars, some still standing, some toppled long ago, rise from the red earth like the masts of a buried fleet. The locals call them stelae. The world calls them obelisks. The archaeologists call them grave markers. But when you stand beneath the largest of them, none of those words feel quite right. The great stele, now fallen and broken into pieces, once stood almost 33 meters tall and weighed an estimated 520 tons. To put that in perspective, it was heavier than any single block at Giza and taller than a 10-story building. It was carved from a single piece of granite, quarried from a hillside several kilometers away, hauled across uneven ground, and then raised upright in soft soil. Even with modern cranes and steel cable, an engineer today would hesitate before attempting it. And the granite was not simply shaped into a plain pillar. Its 4 faces were carved in shallow relief to imitate a tall, narrow tower of 9 floors. False windows, false beams, even false doors with little carved locks. The great stele is not just a stone. It is an entire multi-story building, hewn out of a single block of granite in 3 dimensions with no possibility of correction. Now consider the material science. On the Mohs scale of mineral hardness, granite scores between a 6 and a 7. Iron and bronze, the tools supposedly used by the Axumites, are significantly softer, scoring around a 4. You cannot cleanly carve a harder stone with a softer tool without destroying the chisel every few strikes, yet the deep internal corners of the false doors are sharp, consistent, and display a mechanical perfection that implies the use of diamond-tipped tools or advanced abrasives, far beyond anything that the simple iron chisels of the late Axumite period could ever have produced. Then there is the obelisk of Axum, 170 tons, raised and standing for nearly 2,000 years before Italian soldiers tore it down in the late 1930s and shipped it to Rome. It took more than 70 years for it to come home, in 3 sections, carried by some of the largest cargo aircraft ever built. We needed 21st century logistics to move a stone that the ancients are said to have moved with logs and ropes. But the deepest mystery of Axum is not above the ground. It is beneath it. Cut directly into the bedrock, sealed under the pillars, lie chambers known as the Tomb of the False Door and the so-called Mausoleum. Here the workmanship changes entirely. Massive granite blocks have been fitted so precisely that a knife blade cannot slip between them. There are interlocking joints that lock the stones together by their shape alone. There are slots where metal clamps, now long looted, once held the blocks rigid, and in one chamber rests a granite sarcophagus, hewn from a single piece, polished smooth on the inside. Look closely at the empty slots where those metal clamps used to sit. They are carved in a highly specific bow-tie shape, sometimes called a keystone cut. This is an engineering signature that changes everything. We find this exact same locking system at Puma Punku in Bolivia, thousands of miles across the Atlantic, at the Osirian in Egypt, and at certain platforms of ancient Cambodia. How did supposedly isolated cultures, separated by vast oceans and centuries, arrive at the exact same, highly complex metallurgical solution for binding their megaliths against earthquake and time? Independent researchers, including Brian Forster, who has spent decades analysing the impossible stonework of Peru and Egypt, point to these exact underground anomalies. Forster argues that such precision in solid granite bears the absolute hallmarks of a lost, highly advanced technology, one entirely distinct from the simple iron chisels of the later Axumites. The conventional story asks us to believe that mechanical precision came first, and rough stonework came after. The stones themselves seem to whisper the opposite. The true builders may have been very long gone before any king of Axum was ever crowned. Chapter 2. The Wall That Should Not Be There. Travel a short distance northeast of Axum into the rugged country near the village of Yeha, and you will come upon something that stops you where you stand. A single rectangular tower of pale limestone, plain and severe, rises out of the landscape with the calm authority of a building that knows it has outlasted empires. This is the great temple of Yeha. Officially, archaeologists date it to around 700 BC, which would make it almost 1,000 years older than the Axumite stele down the road. And yet, when you walk around its base, you see something strange. The blocks are enormous, cut into perfect rectangles, and stacked in clean, even courses, and between them there is no mortar, none. Not a smear, not a chip, not a single grain of filler. Stone meets stone, and the joint is so tight that after 27 centuries you still cannot slip a sheet of paper into it. This technique has a name. Masons call it ashlar masonry, dry stone construction at its highest level. It demands that every face of every block be ground to within a fraction of a millimetre of perfect flatness, and that every neighbour block be ground to match. It is patient, exacting, almost obsessive work, and it is exactly the technique we see at the Osirion in Egypt, at the Holy Walls of Cusco in Peru, and at certain platforms on the island of Malta. 3 continents, 3 so-called separate civilizations, and the very same fingerprint. Geologist and ancient history researcher Dr. Robert Schoch, who holds a doctorate from Yale and who famously redated the Great Sphinx using water erosion patterns, has long suggested that this highly specific architectural fingerprint, found across oceans and millennia, cannot be a mere coincidence. According to his studies of global antiquity, it points to a shared, much older heritage, a master template handed down from a civilization that predates our known historical timeline. Now here is the question that should bother every honest student of history. If Yeha was built around 700 BC and Axum rose roughly 1,000 years later, why are the older walls more sophisticated than the younger ones? Why does the timeline run backward? Why do the skills seem to get worse as the calendar moves forward? In every other field of human activity, we expect progress. The wheel becomes the cart becomes the carriage becomes the engine. But in Ethiopian stone, we see the opposite. The deeper we dig, the finer the work becomes. The further back we go, the more advanced the builders appear. Yeha is not the rough ancestor of Axum that the textbooks imply. Yeha is a master speaking to apprentices who, 1,000 years later, would only half remember the lesson. And there is one more detail worth holding in mind. The temple at Yeha was reused. Christian builders, many centuries later, layered their own walls and chapels into and onto the ancient stones. They did not invent those walls, they inherited them. Just as at Axum, the latecomers built on top of something they could no longer match. Chapter 3. The Forest of Stone in Gideo. South of the highlands, in the great green folds of the Gideo region, lies a wonder that has yet to find its way into any popular textbook. It is not one monument, and it is not 10. It is a landscape of stone. Across the hills near Tutofela, Tututi, and dozens of smaller hamlets, archaeologists have so far counted more than 10,000 standing megaliths, and the count keeps rising as more fields are surveyed. Some of these stones are smaller than a man, but many of them rise over 6 meters into the air. Some are slender and tapered, almost rocket-like in profile. Others swell at the top into rounded heads, and a few are carved with the faces of long-forgotten people, eyes closed, mouths set in stillness. There are pillars shaped like the human form, pillars shaped like seed pods, and pillars shaped like nothing in the natural world at all. To carve, transport, and raise 10,000 monoliths is not a village project, it is an industrial undertaking. It requires quarries, roads, draft animals or organised labour, food supplies, planners, supervisors, and generations of patient hands. Let us do the basic math. If we conservatively estimate the average weight of these 10,000 pillars at just 2 tons each, we are looking at 20,000 tons of solid rock quarried, transported, and erected over rough mountainous terrain. This level of industry requires a massive agricultural surplus to feed the thousands of workers who are moving stone instead of farming. A small, decentralized farming society simply cannot generate that kind of caloric surplus. The math, in the end, requires an empire. And yet, in all the surveys done so far, no such empire has been found nearby. No palace, no central temple, no royal road, no granaries, no city walls, nothing that an organised power of that size should leave behind. The pillars stand. The hands that raised them have vanished. The civilization that fed and directed those hands, whoever they were, has erased itself from every record except the stones themselves. The official chronology assigns the Gideo megaliths to a window between roughly the 10th and the 14th centuries AD, and credits them to small, scattered farming communities. Read that line again, slowly. Small communities, with no writing, no central capital, no surviving kings, no recorded armies, are said to have produced the densest concentration of megaliths anywhere on earth. More standing stones than at Karnak in Brittany, more than in all of Britain, more than in the famous fields of Asia. It does not add up. These builders did not merely leave no name, they left no archive at all. and in human history, that is usually because the archive itself was lost in deep time, long before the alphabets we know today were ever cut. Perhaps the Gideo stones are not the work of medieval farmers at all. Perhaps the medieval farmers simply lived among the stones, walking past them as we walk past old churches, and never thinking to ask who first raised them. Chapter 4. The Coded Stones of Tyre. A few hours south of Addis Ababa, in a quiet field surrounded by farmland, stand 36 tall slabs of dark stone. They lean and they tilt. Some have fallen and lie half buried in the soil. There are no walls around them, no temple, no buildings of any kind, just the slabs in a rough line, weathered by centuries of rain and sun. This is Tyre, and it is recognized by international heritage bodies as one of the most important megalithic sites in Africa. It is also one of the least understood. Of the 36 pillars, 32 are carved with symbols, and the symbols are not idle scratches. They are deliberate, they are patterned, and they repeat. The most striking of them is a long, narrow blade, like a sword or a dagger, carved point down into the body of the stone. On some pillars there is a single blade, on others 2, 3, or even 4 blades stacked in a vertical column, each one pointing toward the earth. What does it mean? No one truly knows. Scholars have proposed warrior burials, ritual offerings, territorial boundaries, and even astronomical alignments. The honest truth is that not one of these readings is supported by hard evidence. They are educated guesses, no more. What the guesses overlook is the company these symbols keep elsewhere in the world. The downward pointing sword motif appears, in almost identical form, on certain stelae of the Caucasus Mountains, between the Black Sea and the Caspian. It appears again on weathered slabs in parts of the Near East, and there are echoes of similar geometric forms on standing stones as far away as the Western Mediterranean. We are asked to believe that all of these images, in all of these places, arose independently, by coincidence, with no shared origin. That is a heavy thing to ask. The simpler explanation, the one few scholars want to write into a journal, is that there was once a maritime culture or a wandering people that carried these symbols with them. This is a concept popularized by investigative author Graham Hancock, who has spent a lifetime tracking the remnants of a lost global civilization. Hancock proposes that survivors of a cataclysmic event travelled the globe in the deep past, leaving identical symbols, astronomical knowledge, and megalithic blueprints as both a warning and a legacy for the generations that would come after them. If he is right, Tyre is not an isolated graveyard, it is a node on a vanished map. The official position is that Tyre dates to the 11th century AD, based on a few fragments of organic material recovered near the bases of the stones. But here is the glaring flaw in the mainstream timeline. Carbon-14 dating only works on organic material. You cannot carbon date a rock. Finding an 11th century skeleton buried next to a megalith only proves that someone died there in the 11th century. It tells us absolutely nothing about when the stone itself was quarried, shaped, and inscribed. Based on the deep erosion patterns and the lichen growth on the basalt, independent geologists suggest these stelae have been weathering the elements for millennia longer than the bodies buried beneath them. We do not know who they were, those who chiselled the swords. We do not know what they feared or what they honoured. We only know that they wanted something to last, and that something has lasted. 4 sites, 1 country, and a pattern that refuses to fade. At Axum, the precision is buried. The crude stelae stand tall and visible, while the truly impossible workmanship is hidden in the chambers below, almost as if the latecomers wanted us to see their work and ignore the older work beneath. At Yeha, the precision is laid bare in a wall that should be younger than it is. At Gideo, the precision is replaced by sheer scale, an industrial fingerprint left by builders who organised labour on a level that small medieval communities could not have managed. And at Tyre, the precision becomes language, a code carved in stone that echoes across continents. Mainstream history is not entirely wrong. The Axumites were real. The Sabaean influence at Yeha was real. The herders and farmers of Gudeo and Tia were real. But all of these people were standing on the shoulders of someone older, and we have spent more than a century writing the history of the shoulders while pretending the giants beneath them never existed. Listen carefully to what the evidence is saying. The Mohs scale tells us that simple iron cannot carve hard granite into perfect three-dimensional architecture. The bowtie clamps tell us that the same metallurgical knowledge somehow appeared in Bolivia, in Egypt, and beneath the Ethiopian stelae. The mathematics of Gudeo tell us that 10,000 pillars cannot be lifted by scattered farmers alone, and the limits of carbon dating tell us that an organic fragment in the soil cannot date the stone above it. 4 sites, 4 separate disciplines, and 4 arrows pointing in the same direction. Ethiopia is already known as the cradle of humanity. The fossil they call Lucy was found in its earth more than 3 million years old. Perhaps the cradle held more than one infant. Perhaps it nurtured not only our species, but also one of our first great civilizations, one whose name was lost so completely that we no longer remember even to look for it. If you have your own theory about who truly raised these stones, share it in the comments below. Subscribe for the next journey, deeper into the histories that have been quietly left out of the books. And until then, sleep well, and let the silence of those Ethiopian fields settle into your bones. The stones are still there, they are still waiting, and they still remember. In the second half of the 1930s, a German-trained archaeologist named Erich Schmidt arrived at the great Persian necropolis of Naksh-e-Rostam and began doing something almost no one had bothered to do before. He photographed the cliff in detail. He measured every relief. And, beneath one of the most celebrated panels at the site, a Sassanid carving of a king flanked by his court, he documented a second relief, a relief that did not belong. The figures wore the round caps and folded tunics of the Elamite world. They were dated by a later German scholar to roughly 1,000 years before Christ. That is at least 5 centuries older than any Persian king who ever raised a chisel against this rock. And the Elamites were not removed, they were carved over. 3 civilizations now sit stacked on a single panel of stone, and the earliest one still bleeds through the latest. 5 centuries, half a millennium. The Persian necropolis was supposed to be a fresh foundation. It is not. It is sitting on top of a religious site that was old before Darius was born. And the deeper question, tonight, is how much older? Chapter 1. The carving that was already there. Erich Schmidt arrived at Naksh-e-Rostam in the second half of the 1930s, leading an expedition for the University of Chicago. He stayed on and off for several years. He photographed everything, he measured everything, and in the course of his survey he documented something on this cliff that did not belong. Beneath one of the most famous reliefs at the site, a Sassanid carving showing the king Bahram II, flanked by members of his court, there was a second relief, an older one, half erased, half overcarved, still visible to the trained eye. The figures in this lower layer were not Persian. They wore the round caps and tunics of an entirely different tradition. The German scholar Ursula Seidel would later analyse the style of these underlying figures and place them in the Elamite world, dating them to roughly 1000 before Christ. At least 5 centuries before the Achaemenids arrived on this cliff. 5 centuries. Half a millennium. The Elamites were not merely there before Darius. They had been there long enough for their civilization to fall, for their gods to fade, and for their carvings to weather, before any Persian king ever raised a chisel against this rock. And the Elamite figures were not removed. They were carved over. Almost 1,000 years after the Elamites themselves vanished from the historical record, the Sassanid king Bahram II cut his own image directly on top of them. 3 civilizations stacked on a single panel of stone. The earlier figures still bleed through the later carving today. You can stand in front of the relief and see them. This is the first piece of evidence that the official chronology of Naksh-e-Rostam is incomplete. The Achaemenid royal necropolis was supposed to have been a fresh foundation in the 6th century before Christ. It was not. It is sitting on top of a religious site at least 500 years older. And the question grows immediately sharper, because the cliff face shows weathering far deeper than any visible inscription. Whatever else may once have been carved into the rock beneath the Elamite layer has been erased by time we no longer have access to. The Elamite relief is not the oldest carving on this cliff. It is only the oldest one we can still read. And the phantom relief is only one anomaly. There is another, standing in the foreground of every photograph of this site, in plain sight. After a century of investigation, nobody has been able to explain it. Chapter 2. A tower nobody can explain. Walk to the foot of the cliff at Naksh-e-Rostam and turn your back to the tombs. In front of you, alone in the dust of the open plain, stands a single building, a square stone tower, roughly 12 meters tall. No windows, no decoration, no carved figures, just a perfect cube of polished limestone sitting in silence in the middle of one of the most important royal complexes of the ancient world. It is called Kaaba-yi-Zartosht, the cube of Zoroaster, and nobody has ever been able to say what it was for. The exterior staircase is gone now, but you can still see where it used to climb the outside of the structure, leading up to a single doorway. Behind that doorway is one small chamber. That is the entire interior. One room, no second floor. No connecting passages, no carved inscriptions on the inside walls, no installed altar, no drainage, no ventilation shaft of any kind. A perfect architectural machine, finely jointed and beautifully proportioned, and no one alive knows how to switch it on. Generations of scholars have tried. The tower has been proposed as a fire temple, the central ritual structure of the Zoroastrian religion that gave the building its modern name. But the interior shows no soot, no scorch marks, no ventilation. A sacred fire lit inside this chamber would have suffocated the priests in minutes. It has been proposed as a royal tomb, but it contains no burial, no sarcophagus, no funerary inscriptions of any kind. It has been proposed as a repository for sacred texts, as an astronomical observatory, as a treasury, as a coronation platform. After more than a century of investigation, none of these explanations has held. It was probably built during the Achaemenid period. That sentence is the entire evidentiary basis for assigning it to that dynasty. There is no inscription naming the builder. There is no dated artifact from the foundation layer. There is a near-identical structure at the older capital of Pasargadae, and so by stylistic comparison the assumption is that the same culture built both. But identical structures, repeated at different sites, only deepen the question they were built to answer. They do not tell us why. There is one more detail. In the 3rd century after Christ, the Sassanid king Shapur I chose this tower as the place to carve his great trilingual inscription, a long royal text written in 3 languages along its lower exterior. The Sassanids carved their inscription onto a tower that was already standing, and like every culture that has stood before this structure since, they left no record of what they thought it was. A monument this central, in a royal complex this important, and the record on it is, in effect, blank. Chapter 3. Wrong site. Most visitors walk through Naksh-e-Rostam and see what looks like an austere monument. Stark grey stone, weathered reliefs, the famous severe beauty of ancient Persia. That grey, polished, restrained surface is the image that has been printed in every history book for the past century. It is also wrong. Not deliberately, just the way time eventually lies about every old monument it is allowed to work on long enough. In the past 2 decades, the archaeologist Alexander Nagel and his collaborators, working at Persepolis and at Naksh-e-Rostam, have used microscopes and spectroscopic analysis to study the carved surfaces, in a way no one had bothered to study them before. And what they found was colour. Across the reliefs, in the deepest cuts where weather could not reach, they identified microscopic surviving traces of pigment: Egyptian blue, red ochre, almost certainly gold leaf in places, still clinging to the inside of carved curls and folds. When these monuments were new, they were not grey. They were vivid. They were painted across the figures of the king and the gods. They were jewelled. They were gilded where it mattered most. The austere monument we see today is a corpse. The skin of the original site has been weathered off. The eyes have lost their colour. The gold has flaked away. And what is left, the bare bones we have been photographing for 100 years, is only the part that stone alone could hold against time. Now hold that fact in your mind for a moment, because the implication is not that anyone got the history of this site wrong. The implication is much quieter and much more disturbing. If 2,500 years of erosion was enough to strip away every visible trace of pigment, every gilding, every painted detail of the Achaemenid monument, then what has the same erosion done to anything older? The Elamite relief beneath the Sassanid carving is barely visible today. It survived only because someone deliberately preserved part of it by recarving on top of it. If there was anything on this cliff older than the Elamite layer, anything from a culture that did not happen to be preserved by a later king cutting over it, the chances that we can still read it are very small. We are looking at a stripped skeleton and calling it a body. The site we walk through today is the part of this cliff that survived. We have no idea how much of it did not. 3 anomalies are now in front of us: a phantom relief older than the Persian kings, a tower nobody has been able to explain, and a site whose visible surface is only a fraction of what was once there. The textbook story has run out of room to absorb all 3. So what could? There are 2 serious answers. Chapter 4. The safe explanation. The first answer is the one you will find in most university-level Iranian studies. It is the answer that does not require any new civilization to exist. It is, in every sense of the word, the safe explanation. It runs like this. The Achaemenid kings of Persia did not invent the sanctity of this cliff. They inherited it. The Elamite civilization, a real, documented, native Iranian culture that occupied this same region from roughly 2700 down to about 500 before Christ, had already established Naqsh-e-Rostam as a religious site long before any Persian king arrived. The Achaemenids, who rose to power as the direct political and cultural successors of the Elamites, deliberately appropriated the location. They carved their tombs into a wall that already mattered, because doing so legitimized their own kingship. They were claiming continuity with a sacred place. They were not building a new one. This reading is supported by a generation of careful Achaemenid scholarship by historians of Iranian antiquity who have spent decades reconstructing the political and religious continuity between Elam and Persia, and it is a strong reading. It explains the presence of an Elamite relief beneath the Achaemenid carvings. It explains the stylistic continuity between Elamite and Persian royal art. It explains why the Achaemenids chose this specific cliff out of so many possible sites across the Iranian plateau. But it does not explain everything. It does not explain the function of the Cube of Zoroaster, because under this reading the tower was built by the Achaemenids themselves, and they still left no record of why. And it does not explain the deeper question that the phantom relief opens up, because Elam, as documented in our textbooks, is itself a late chapter in Iranian prehistory. It is not the first. So what lay on this cliff before the Elamite carving was made? The safe explanation reaches down to the Elamite layer, and there it stops. It explains the second from bottom layer of the cliff with elegance. What it cannot do is explain the bottom. And so there is a second answer. It is narrower than most people expect. It is not a story about giants or about Atlantis or about visitors from beyond the stars. It is a story about a civilization that we may already have proof of, and that we simply do not yet know how to name. Chapter 5. The civilization that has no name. The second hypothesis is this. A sophisticated culture existed on the Iranian plateau before the Elamites, before any of the civilizations whose names appear in our timeline, and the cliff of Naqsh-e-Rostam was already an engineered religious site by their hand. The Elamites did not consecrate this wall, they inherited it. The Achaemenids inherited it from the Elamites, the Sassanids inherited it once again. The wall has been moving forward through history under continuous reverence the entire time, and the people who started it have no name in any of our records. This sounds, on the surface, like the kind of claim that belongs on the alternative archaeology bookshelf. It is not. In the last 20 years, archaeology in eastern Iran has been quietly pushing the timeline of the plateau backward, and the discovery that has done the most damage to the old story is a place called Jiroft. In the early 2000s, severe flooding in Kerman province exposed the edge of a buried world. Locals began digging up carved stone vessels by the hundreds, then by the thousands. The vessels showed scenes that did not belong to any tradition the field had catalogued. Scorpion men, eagle-headed gods, snakes coiled around mythological landscapes that no Mesopotamian and no Elamite story could explain. When archaeologists finally arrived, they found something larger underneath. Two massive citadel mounds, Konar Sandal north and south, with stepped monumental architecture that some researchers have compared to the earliest ziggurats of Mesopotamia. The carbon dating placed the floors of these structures at roughly 2500 before Christ. 2500 before Christ. 1,000 years before the Elamite relief at Naqsh-e-Rostam was carved, long before Persia existed as a name. Until the floods exposed it, the field believed that no such civilization had ever existed in this part of Iran. The official timeline of the Iranian plateau had no room for these scorpion men and eagle-headed gods. And then suddenly, after a week of bad weather in Kerman, it did. If Jiroft is real, and it is, then the existence of a culture older than Jiroft is no longer a fringe proposition. It is a legitimate question. And the hypothesis becomes narrower and more defensible than it sounds. It is not a claim about a lost super-civilization. It is not Atlantis. It is the much smaller claim that the named Iranian timeline is incomplete, and that the cliff of Naqsh-e-Rostam may be a physical witness to a gap our textbooks have not yet been able to close. And it explains things the safe answer cannot. It explains why the Cube of Zoroaster has no recorded function. Under this reading, the tower may not be Achaemenid in origin at all. It may be older. It may have been repurposed and redecorated by Persian kings who inherited it the same way they inherited the cliff. It explains the horizontal weathering on the lower courses of the wall, weathering that some researchers have argued is more consistent with a wetter Iranian climate documented in regional paleoclimate proxies from the early Holocene, and it explains the strangest fact of all about this site, the fact that every named successor culture, for more than 2,500 years, has chosen to return to this exact wall and to carve their own kings into it. Where the hypothesis still falls short, and we need to say so honestly, is that no artifact has yet been recovered from a layer older than Elamite at this specific site. The case rests on circumstantial alignment with other Iranian discoveries, not on direct excavation here. The deeper layer, if it exists, is still buried under everything we can already read. What we have, at the end, is this: a phantom relief that the Sassanid kings tried to erase and could not, a tower whose builder left no name and no recorded purpose, a site whose visible surface is only a fraction of what was once there. And underneath everything else, the unanswered question of who first decided that this wall, in this valley, was worth carving into. The mainstream answer credits the Elamites. The alternative answer credits a civilization we have not yet been able to name. Neither answer is closed. And the larger question stands behind all of it. If a culture older than Elam stood on the Iranian plateau, and we missed it for a century, how many other walls are we still misreading because we assumed we already knew the name of whoever carved them first? How many of the sites we walk through every year are sitting on top of a deeper story that we have simply not yet learned how to see? If you have ever stood at a place this old and felt the weight of something older still beneath your feet, the comments are open. Tell us where it was. Tell us what you saw. We are still listening. Deep in the mountains of Ethiopia, there are 11 impossible structures. They were not built from the ground up. They were carved downward, directly into solid volcanic rock, completely separated from the earth around them. For 800 years, the world has been told a neat, miraculous story. One king, aided by angels working the night shift, carved this entire complex in just 24 years. It is on the UNESCO website. It is in every textbook. But there is a massive problem. The tens of thousands of tons of missing rock? Nowhere to be found. The hydraulic plumbing system? It shouldn't exist on this continent. And that 24-year timeline? It wasn't recorded by the builders. It was a rumour, written down by a single passing tourist 3 centuries after the fact. When modern researchers finally stopped listening to the myth and started looking at the stone, they uncovered a multi-generational cover-up. Lalibela wasn't built in 24 years, and it wasn't built by angels. The truth hiding in the rock is a 600-year mystery that connects a fallen empire, a forgotten trade route, and an architectural lineage that changes everything we know about medieval Africa. Chapter 1: They weren't built as churches. The first piece of evidence comes from a Cambridge professor named David Philipson. He has spent decades studying the rock-cut architecture of Ethiopia, and his conclusions about Lalibela quietly contradict almost everything the popular telling claims. He proposes that 3 of the 11 structures at Lalibela were never churches to begin with. The 3 he names are Bete Mercurios, Bete Gabriel Rufael, and Bete Danagel. Walk inside them, and you start to see why. Their walls are thicker, their corridors are narrower, darker, harder to navigate. Their openings are not arranged for light or for worship. They are arranged for surveillance, for defence, for control. The geometry inside these 3 structures is not the geometry of a chapel. It is the geometry of a fortress. Philipson dates them to the late Aksumite period, somewhere in the 7th or 8th century, almost certainly cut as a defensive complex or as a royal palace. They were converted into churches only later, possibly under Lalibela himself. A Cambridge professor working in the academic mainstream is saying that part of Lalibela predates King Lalibela by roughly 500 years. The implication is enormous. If 3 of the 11 structures are half a millennium older than the accepted version allows, then we have been giving credit for the work to a king who did not do it, and giving credit for the engineering capacity to a dynasty that did not have it. The Aksumite kingdom did have that capacity. At its height, Aksum could carve and raise monolithic stelae over 20 metres tall, single stones weighing more than 500 tons, in raw tonnage that exceeds anything later attempted at Lalibela. Whoever cut the first chambers came out of that engineering culture. And if part of Lalibela is 500 years older than we were told, then somebody, across centuries, was excavating an enormous amount of rock from this hillside, tens of thousands of cubic metres of basalt. That rock has never been found. Chapter 2: 100,000 tons of missing rock. Let us walk through what the construction of Lalibela actually required in raw physical terms. 11 churches, courtyards 12 metres deep on average, a network of trenches and short tunnels, and one church, Bete Georgis, the Church of St. George, cut entirely free from the surrounding rock on all 4 sides. Its courtyard is roughly 25 metres across, and the structure itself sits at the bottom of that pit. Conservatively, the volume of stone removed from this single hillside runs into the tens of thousands of cubic metres. Try to picture that. Enough basalt to fill more than a dozen Olympic swimming pools, enough rock to bury several football fields ankle deep, a weight all in somewhere in the hundreds of thousands of tons. A spoil heap that large should be visible from the air, visible in our era from satellite, a scar on the landscape that no casual observer could miss. It is not there. The French-Ethiopian archaeological mission at Lalibela, led by Claire Bosque TSA, Marie-Laure Derat, François-Xavier Fauvel, and the geomorphologist Laurent Bruxelles, has documented this absence directly. The spoil heaps they did find are stratified, layered, and far too small. What those layers show is incompatible with a single 24-year campaign by one king's workforce. They show 4 to 5 distinct construction phases, separated by gaps, running from roughly the 7th century to the 13th. 2 findings at once. The rock is missing. The spoil heap simply is not where it should be. And the timeline is not what we were told. The carving is multi-generational. 6 centuries of work on the same hillside, not 24 years under one king. Now sit with the first of those problems for a moment. You cannot hide hundreds of thousands of tons of stone in thin air. So where did it go? Was it crushed and used to build the surrounding town, now buried under modern Lalibela? Was it hauled, mile by mile, into the river valleys below? Was it cut into smaller blocks and shipped to other Axumite or Zagwe sites we have never connected to this one? Was it deliberately scattered to disguise the scale of the work? Nobody knows. What we do know is this. Whoever was doing this work was doing it across the rise and fall of entire dynasties, across long pauses between active phases, across political transitions that should have severed any continuity of practice. That is not a project. That is a tradition. Chapter 3. The plumbing that shouldn't exist. Most people who visit Lalibela never look at the trenches. They are too busy looking at the churches. But the water system at Lalibela is the part of the site that, when you understand it, refuses to fit at all. It includes sediment trap sumps placed precisely where debris would otherwise clog the network. It includes deliberate elevation changes in the trenches, calibrated to create self-cleaning flow velocities during heavy rain. It includes integrated cistern and baptismal pool feeds drawn from the same continuous rock as the churches themselves. And it includes a roof geometry on the freestanding monoliths that mirrors the natural dip of the host rock, so water moves exactly where it is supposed to. Carving the drainage and the masonry from the same continuous block also eliminates joints, which means leaks become surface wear problems, rather than structural failures. This is not folk engineering, this is system-level hydraulic design. In 2011, an architectural historian at MIT named Mark Jarzombeck published a study that academics have not entirely known what to do with. He argues that this level of hydraulic sophistication has direct parallels in contemporary Indian temple architecture, and that knowledge transfer between India and Ethiopia along the medieval Red Sea trade routes is more than plausible. In his reading, it is likely. Local Ethiopian tradition has always credited the hydraulic work to a single figure, a master named Abba Libanos, whose name is preserved in one of the 11 churches. Jarzombeck's case does not require lost technology. It does not require anything beyond ordinary human capability. It requires only what historians of Indian Ocean trade already accept, that across the medieval Red Sea, knowledge travelled along with cargo, that craftsmen, scholars, and architectural drawings moved between Gujarat, Aksum, and the eastern Mediterranean. The Indian sites Jarzombeck points to are real. Ellora, Ajanta, the temple stepwells of Gujarat. Their engineering is documented, their hydraulic precision is staggering. Under his reading, the men who designed the water system at Lalibela were not isolated highland engineers improvising. They were the inheritors of a tradition that ran from the Deccan Plateau in India, across the Indian Ocean, up the Red Sea, and into the Ethiopian highlands. 2 more findings, quietly, support him. Both cluster around the church of Bete Mariam. Chapter 4. The windows that break the timeline. Stand inside Bete Mariam. It is widely considered one of the oldest of the 11 churches. Look at the linear mouldings on its exterior. Look at the way the pitched roof reads to anyone trained in early Christian architecture. Scholars working in the comparative architectural tradition, including the Metropolitan Museum's own published essay on Lalibela, have repeatedly noted that these forms resemble Syrian Christian church architecture, not anything indigenous to the Ethiopian highlands. Then look at the windows across the rest of the complex. There are at least 4 distinct typologies present. Stelliform windows that quote directly from the Aksumite stelae of the 4th through 7th centuries. Ogival windows, cruciform windows, pure Aksumite frames, one complex, 4 architectural vocabularies, drawn from at least 3 traditions and stretching across at least 7 centuries. This is not the output of a single workshop in a single reign. This is, in the language an archaeologist would use, a layered architectural memory bank. Each new generation of carvers brought something forward from the generation before, and brought something in from outside the highlands. Taken together with Philipson's dating, with the missing rock, with the multi-phase stratigraphy, with Jarzembek's hydraulic case, this is the 4th seam. 4 independent lines of evidence, from 4 independent research teams, none of them speculative, all of them peer-reviewed, all of them pointing in exactly the same direction. The standard account does not survive any one of these seams in isolation. It certainly does not survive all 4. So, if it was not one king, in one generation, with one workforce, then what? Chapter 5. The 600-year cover-up. The clues point to a much larger story, and it begins with what survived after a kingdom fell. The Aksumite kingdom, at its height between the 4th and 6th centuries, could carve and raise monolithic stelae over 20 metres tall, weighing more than 500 tons, a mastery of stone that the later Zagwe kings simply did not possess. When Aksum declined, that knowledge did not simply vanish in a single generation. It persisted. It persisted in workshops, in family lineages of master craftsmen, in oral training passed from father to son, possibly inside religious orders that survived the political collapse of the kingdom. Imagine, for a moment, the stonemasons of the 4th or 5th generation at Lalibela, children born inside the quarry, men who learned to read a chisel mark the way other men learned to read words. They were continuing work their great-grandfathers had begun, in a place where time itself had been written into the rock by the people who came before them. There is no miracle in this picture. There is only sweat, dust, blood, and an engineering tradition that refused to die when the kingdom that birthed it did. Under this reading, the earliest rock-cut work at Lalibela, the fortress complex Philipson identifies, dating to the 7th or 8th century, was made by late Aksumite engineers, working out of their existing technical repertoire, inheritors of the stele tradition, repurposed for excavation rather than elevation. Centuries later, when the Zagwe court rose to power, they inherited an already prepared site, an attenuated but still living tradition, a partly finished complex. They did not build Lalibela from scratch. They completed it, expanded it, and rewrote its story around their own king. What is lost in this telling is not a lost civilization in the Atlantean sense. There are no pyramids in the sky, there is no anti-gravity, there are no engineers from beyond the stars. What is lost is continuity, the chain of master to apprentice transmission that once carried this kind of stonework across centuries. But this picture has a gap of its own. It does not explain the hydraulic sophistication that Jarzembek documents. It does not explain the Syrian mouldings on Bete Mariam. For those we need to look further, across the sea. Chapter 6. The Blueprint from Across the Sea. By the High Middle Ages, the Red Sea and the Western Indian Ocean were carrying far more than spice and silk. They were carrying craftsmen. They were carrying scholars. They were carrying architectural drawings. Picture a Coptic monk stepping off a boat in Gujarat 1500 years ago. Picture an Indian stonecutter in the same century sailing west with a roll of building plans tucked beneath his arm. Picture pilgrims walking inland from the Red Sea coast, carrying sketches of a temple stepwell folded between their robes. The medieval world was not the closed map we tend to imagine. People moved, ideas moved with them, and sometimes entire engineering traditions moved with them on the slow ocean crossings between monsoons. India already had a deep, mature tradition of rock-cut sacred architecture and integrated hydraulic design, running back many centuries before Lalibela, Ellora, Ajanta. The temple stepwells of Gujarat, these are real sites. Their engineering is documented. Their hydraulic precision is staggering. Under this reading, a knowledge channel ran along the medieval Red Sea trade routes, carrying hydraulic and architectural know-how out of India and into the Ethiopian highlands. The figure that local tradition credits with the Lalibela waterworks, Abba Libanos, could plausibly have been, or worked under, a craftsman trained in that broader tradition. The Syrian mouldings on Bete Mariam fit the same picture. Pilgrims travelled, monks travelled, builders travelled, forms travelled with them. Lalibela, under this view, is not a Hermetic Ethiopian miracle. It is a node, a major one, in a medieval network of technical transmission that connected India, Arabia, the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Horn of Africa. This picture explains the hydraulic sophistication. It explains the Syrian mouldings. It explains the layered architectural vocabularies across the complex. It does not, on its own, explain the missing spoil heap. It does not fully account for the 7th and 8th century Axumite origins that Philipson identifies, which is the interesting part, because these two pictures do not contradict each other. They explain different parts of the same site. They may in fact both be true, operating on different chapters of the same 600-year construction history. A late Axumite tradition cuts the first chambers, working from a stele engineering inheritance that the Zagwe were too late to claim for themselves. Centuries later, knowledge arrives along the Red Sea, Indian hydraulics, Syrian mouldings. The work continues, deeper, more sophisticated, integrating water and architecture in ways the first chambers did not. And the Zagwe kings, 2 dynasties later, walk into a partially built sacred landscape. They complete it in their own image, they commission their own additions, they write themselves into the founding story. 3 centuries after that, when a Portuguese priest comes asking, the local priests give him a clean, single-generation version of the tale, because by then the older truth has already faded into folk memory. In the year 1520, a Portuguese priest stood inside Lalibela and refused to vouch for what he saw, not because he doubted his own eyes, but because he understood that what was in front of him exceeded what his own civilization was willing to accept. 500 years later, the situation has not changed as much as it should have. We have replaced the angels in the founding story with a tidy phrase: 1 king, 24 years, devotion. But we are still, in our own way, refusing to look at what the rock is saying. David Philipson at Cambridge, the French-Ethiopian team at the French National Centre for Scientific Research, Mark Jarzenbeck at MIT, the Zamani Project at the University of Cape Town, 4 independent lines of evidence, none of them fringe, none of them speculation, all of them pointing at the same uncomfortable conclusion. Lalibela is older than we were told, it is more complex than we were told, and it is more connected to Aksum, to Syria, to India than the popular telling has ever been willing to say, which leaves us with one question we cannot quite walk away from. If we have been this wrong about a place this famous, what else have we been told that does not survive contact with the rock? Tell us, in the comments below, which of these threads makes the most sense to you? Do you lean toward the inherited Axumite tradition? Toward the Indian Ocean network? Or do you see a third explanation that nobody has named yet? Maybe something older? Maybe something stranger? We read every comment, and the best ones often shape what we investigate next. Because if you have stayed with us this far, the rock at Lalibela is not the only place where the standard telling is starting to crack. The next investigation is already waiting. In 1987, 2 men laying an irrigation line through an apple orchard in eastern Washington uncovered 36 stone tools and a single spear point just over 9 inches long, napped from luminous white agate, the largest Clovis point ever found. No chips, no wear, no signs of ever having been used, buried, deliberately, by hands that vanished from this continent more than 13,000 years ago. And what those hands knew may quietly rewrite the story of how human civilization rises and falls. The people who made that point appeared, fully skilled, in the archaeological record, with no clear ancestor. Within 3 centuries, they had carried the same impossible craft across an entire continent. Then, almost overnight, they were gone. So where did they learn it? And why, when they vanished, could no one ever do it again? Chapter 1. The discovery that broke the timeline. In the 1920s, in a dry arroyo near the town of Clovis, New Mexico, a small group of archaeologists were brushing layers of sediment away from the bones of an extinct mammoth. The animal had died nearly 13,000 years ago. Between its ribs, undisturbed since the day the carcass settled into the mud, lay a stone spear point. Before that moment, the prevailing belief among American archaeologists was that humans had arrived on this continent only after the great ice sheets had retreated, perhaps 8,000 or 9,000 years ago. They were thought to have been simple foragers, eking out a living at the edge of a world recovering from glaciation. The discovery at Blackwater Draw destroyed that assumption in a single field season. People had been here while the mammoths still walked. And those people had been making spear points fine enough, sharp enough, and engineered enough to take down an animal weighing several tons. The technology that emerged from those layers was given a name borrowed from the nearest town, the Clovis point. Thin, leaf-shaped, symmetrical, with a long, shallow groove carved into each face called a flute. The flute was the key. It allowed the point to be lashed firmly to a wooden shaft, and as later research would show, it acted as something close to a shock absorber when the point struck bone. These tools were not improvisations. They were designs. In the decades that followed, more Clovis points emerged from the soil across an astonishing range. From Florida to Montana, from Pennsylvania to Washington state, and down into Mexico, the same distinctive fluted shape kept appearing. Today, archaeologists have catalogued more than 10,000 of them, scattered across more than 1,500 sites. And here is what is strange. Across that immense range, the points are nearly identical. The same proportions, the same fluting technique, the same kind of fine-grained stone, often carried hundreds of kilometres from its source. What emerged from this pattern, in the middle of the 20th century, was a single dominant idea. The Clovis people were the first Americans, the founding population, and their points marked the arrival of humanity on this continent. For 60 years, this idea, known as Clovis First, was the unchallenged flaw of American archaeology. Any site claimed to be older was met with deep skepticism, and most were quietly dismissed. Then, in the 1990s, the flaw gave way. Chapter 2. Who was here first? In a peat bog in southern Chile, a team of archaeologists led by Tom de la Haye had spent nearly 20 years excavating a site called Monte Verde. The preservation was extraordinary. Wooden tent stakes, pieces of mastodon hide, even the remains of medicinal plants had survived in the cold, wet sediment, and every test they ran pointed to the same conclusion. Humans had lived at Monte Verde more than 14,500 years ago, more than 1,000 years before Clovis. For years, the claim was simply not believed. Then, in 1997, 12 of the most respected Paleo-Indian archaeologists in the world travelled to Chile and to the storage facilities holding the Monte Verde artefacts. They examined the evidence directly. And when they emerged, they did something extremely rare in their profession. They publicly agreed Monteverde was real, and it was older than Clovis. The barrier was broken. In the years that followed, other older sites began to come forward and be taken seriously. At the Galt site in central Texas, beneath the dense Clovis layer, sediment dating between roughly 16,000 and 20,000 years old, yielded smaller, less refined stone tools made by people who came before. At Cooper's Ferry in Idaho, along the Salmon River, archaeologists recovered 14 stemmed projectile points dated by careful radiocarbon analysis to between 15,000 and 16,000 years ago. The shape of those points bears an intriguing resemblance to late Ice Age tools from Japan and Northeast Asia, hinting at a different and older technological pathway across the Pacific. And at White Sands, New Mexico, fossilized human footprints preserved in ancient lakebed mud were dated to between 21,000 and 23,000 years ago. The dates were so old that they were initially met with disbelief. Independent confirmation came in 2023, using new methods on different materials. The footprints, it seems, are real. The picture that emerged from all of this is something we have to absorb slowly. People were here long before the Clovis people. They lived on this continent for thousands of years before anyone made a fluted point. And here is the crucial detail. The tools left behind by those earlier people are practical, varied, and unfluted. They are not the ancestors of Clovis. There is no slow developmental sequence, no half-formed experiments, no transitional shapes hidden in the older sediment. So if people were already here, and already making stone tools for thousands of years before Clovis, where did Clovis fluting come from? And why, when it appears, is it so astonishingly good? Chapter 3. The Real Engineering Mystery. To understand what makes a Clovis point unusual, set aside what you know about ancient stone tools and look at it as an engineer would. In 2017, a team led by the archaeologist Metin Eren of Kent State University and the structural engineer Brett Story of Southern Methodist University published a study in the Journal of Archaeological Science that approached the Clovis point in a way no previous research had. The team, which also included David Meltzer, Briggs Buchanan, and Caitlin Thomas, knapped experimental replicas of the points. Some were given the classic Clovis flute carved into the base. Others were left with thicker, unfluted bases for comparison. They then mounted each replica into precision engineering equipment, the same kind of static load testing apparatus used to measure failure stress in modern structural components. Slowly, and under controlled conditions, they applied force. They recorded how each point deformed. They watched how it eventually broke. The result was striking. The fluted points absorbed and redistributed impact stress in a way the unfluted points could not. When a fluted point failed, it tended to fail near the tip, leaving the rest of the tool intact and capable of being resharpened. The unfluted points, under the same loads, snapped catastrophically through the body. The researchers described what they were seeing in language borrowed from automotive engineering. The thinned, fluted base of a Clovis point functions as a crumple zone, a purpose-built failure region engineered to absorb impact and protect the rest of the structure. A follow-up paper in 2019 in the journal Archaeology extended the work with a more systematic breakage comparison across larger samples. The fluted advantage held up under every test. And a scaling analysis published in 2024 pushed the analysis further, showing that the Folsom points, which succeeded Clovis, pursued the same engineering principle to an even more extreme degree, with thinner bodies and longer flutes. This was not trial and error. This was an applied understanding of impact mechanics, built into stone, at the very beginning of the American archaeological record. The geometry was not the only sophisticated thing about these tools. The material was as well. Clovis knappers worked almost exclusively in the finest grade stone available on the continent. A fine-grained chert, a particular jasper, a translucent agate, and they did not settle for what lay close at hand. At the Paleo Crossing site in Ohio, neutron activation analysis showed that the dominant raw material came from a chert source in southern Indiana, more than 450 kilometers away. At the Drake Cache in northeastern Colorado, the source for some of the stone has been traced to the Edwards Plateau in Texas, nearly 1,000 kilometers to the south. These were planned acquisitions, carried out across vast distances by people who understood quality and were willing to travel for it. And then there are the caches. Across North America, archaeologists have found a small number of Clovis assemblages that do not fit the ordinary patterns of camp life or kill site debris. The points in them are often unusually large, exquisitely made, and completely unused. Some were laid out in careful arrangements, some were dusted with red ochre, some, like the cache at East Wenatchee, were placed alongside carved rods of mammoth and mastodon bone, items whose purpose we still cannot fully explain. These were not weapons stored for later use, they were something else. Even the archaeologists most familiar with the evidence will tell you candidly that the central question remains open. Michael Waters of Texas A&M University has put it plainly. We still do not know how or why Clovis technology emerged and why it disappeared so quickly. Chapter 4. What honestly holds up and what does not. Before we follow the Clovis mystery any further, we owe you a quieter chapter, because the version of this story you have likely encountered in books and videos and forums includes a number of claims that the evidence does not actually support, and paradoxically, removing those claims makes the genuine mystery stronger, not weaker. So let us be clear about what we know. What holds up? The Clovis tradition lasts only about 3 centuries, between roughly 13,050 and 12,750 years ago, and within that window it spreads across most of North America. The fluting technology is mechanically sophisticated in a way that genuinely sets it apart from earlier tool traditions. The Clovis people carried their stone hundreds of kilometers, sometimes nearly 1,000, from its geological source. They buried their finest work in caches that show no use where, and seem to carry a meaning we cannot quite reach, and they appear, fully formed, without a clear local ancestor in the New World. What is more complicated than it sometimes sounds? Modern flint knappers, given time and the right stone, can in fact reproduce Clovis points. The work is exceptionally difficult, and many attempts fail mechanically, but the technology is not beyond replication. The claim that Clovis appeared with no precursor anywhere in the wider world is also softer than it once was, because the stemmed points from Cooper's Ferry in Idaho hint at an older projectile point tradition reaching across the Pacific from late Ice Age Asia. That tradition did not give rise to Clovis fluting directly, but it does mean projectile technology in the Americas does not begin with Clovis. And the idea that a great cosmic catastrophe ended the Clovis era, a hypothesis sometimes called the Younger Dryas impact, remains contested by most of the specialists who study the period. The climate event was real. The proposed cause is not yet established. And what we should not claim. There is no evidence that the Clovis people were a genetically distinct civilization from the populations who came before or after them. In 2014, geneticists sequenced the genome of a small child buried at the Anzick site in Montana more than 12,600 years ago in the company of Clovis tools. The child's ancestry traces directly to populations of late Ice Age Siberia. His lineage is shared with most living indigenous peoples of Central and South America. The maker of these astonishing tools was not a survivor of some forgotten civilization with foreign blood. He was a member of the founding human population of this continent. And somehow, that makes the real mystery deeper. Chapter 5. Mastery, Catastrophe and Memory. Because what we are left with, when the unsupported claims are set aside, is a question that the standard story of human progress does not know how to answer. A people whose deep ancestry runs back through Siberia, whose genome is unremarkable, who arrive on this continent, like the older populations before them, somehow develop the most sophisticated projectile point technology the Americas will ever see, scatter it across an entire continent in fewer than 3 centuries, and then watch it disappear into the cold collapse of the Younger Dryas. The traditions that follow are still beautiful, still skillful. The Folsom Points. Made for hunting the great extinct bison that stood more than 7 feet at the shoulder and weighed up to 3,500 pounds, are, if anything, thinner and more refined than Clovis. But after them, the long arc of stone tool-making in North America bends in only one direction. The points become smaller, the materials become local rather than carried from distant sources. The craftsmanship becomes more practical and less ambitious. Over the 12,000 years that follow Clovis, the trajectory of stone tool technology runs downward, from masterwork toward the merely useful. Archaeologists fully accept this pattern. They have an explanation for it: smaller animals, the arrival of the bow and arrow, more sedentary lifeways, lower demands on each individual tool. All of these are reasonable. None of them quite account for the loss of techniques that modern specialists still find difficult to fully reproduce. And here is where the Clovis point opens its quietest and perhaps most important door, because the same pattern, in a softer form, can be observed and measured in the great stoneworking traditions of the ancient world. Consider Egypt, before the dynasties, before the great pyramids of Giza were built. Pre-dynastic craftsmen were producing vessels of basalt, of diorite, of porphyry, hard volcanic stones almost impossible to shape, hollowed and finished to a precision that, until recently, no one had the tools to properly measure. In 2023, a team of professional metrologists led by Alex Dunn and Nick Sierra brought one of these vases, a granite specimen more than 5,000 years old, into a precision laboratory in Illinois. Using structured light scanning, a non-contact optical technology that maps a surface by projecting a grid of light onto it and recording the deformations, the same kind of system used to verify tolerances on modern jet engine components, they mapped the vase down to better than 1/1000th of an inch. The outer surface circularity, the centering of the inner bore against the outer wall, the symmetry of the opposing handles, all of it came in at tolerances that modern stone carvers, working with diamond tools, would struggle to match. A peer-reviewed metrological study, published in 2025 in the journal NPJ Heritage Science, examined a larger sample of these vessels using the same kind of 3-dimensional scanning and confirmed the picture. The finest pre-dynastic vessels show circularity errors as small as 15 microns. That is less than the diameter of a human hair. And then the trail goes cold. By the middle and late dynasties of Egypt, the technique fades. The later stone vessels are still beautiful, but they are no longer measured in microns. Whatever knowledge produced the first generation of these vessels was not, in the same form, ever produced again. A similar question, more cautious, shadows the high altitudes of Peru. The architect Jean-Pierre Protzen of the University of California at Berkeley spent decades examining the masonry at Ollantay-Tambo and Sacsayhuaman. Through patient experimental archaeology, he demonstrated that Inca stonemasons could indeed quarry and dress their blocks using only the simple stone hammers found in abundance around the sites. And on most Inca masonry, the small pit scars left by that hammering, the percussion marks Protzen called pecks, are still visible across the worked surfaces. The cutting tools have not gone missing. But the question Protzen's own work could not fully answer is how, with the same simple tools, the largest polygonal blocks at the oldest Cyclopean courses were fitted together with joints so close that a knife blade cannot be slipped between 2 adjacent stones. The how of the shaping has been demonstrated. The how of the perfect fit at the lowest and oldest courses remains a problem experimental archaeology has not solved. The question this raises is not whether one specific lost civilization, once held the keys to all of human technology? The honest answer to that is that we do not know, and we should not pretend to. The question is whether the assumption built into modern thought, that history rises in a single line from simple toward complex, is itself the right assumption, or whether human technical mastery across many places and many ages has come and gone in waves we have not yet learned to read. A single spear point, lying for 13,000 years beneath an apple orchard in Washington, cannot answer that question. What it can do is remind us that we have not finished asking it. The greatest achievements of our ancient ancestors may not, in fact, all lie ahead of us in some imagined arc of progress. Some of them may lie behind us, buried in the very earliest layers of the story. If you have ever held a stone tool in your hand, you have held something we still do not fully understand. Tell us in the comments what you think the Clovis people knew that we do not.
Beneath Morocco's mountains, deserts and windswept plains lie vast stone rings, vanished cities, rock-cut fortresses, and ancient human traces that seem far older, more deliberate, and more interconnected than their isolated locations should allow, each one defying the timelines and purposes we've long accepted. Their foundations don't match the civilizations credited with building them. Their alignments suggest intentions no record explains, and their origins keep slipping beyond the reach of mainstream archaeology, as if an earlier chapter of humanity was written here and then quietly erased. So who shaped these structures before history began? What knowledge moved across these landscapes long before empire and script? And why do these distant sites echo one another as though remembering the same forgotten world? Ait Ben Haddou. Beneath the slow drift of dust rising from the edge of the Unila Valley, Ait Ben Haddou settles into the landscape with a composure that suggests it has always been here, its stepped towers and earthen walls appearing less built than grown from the desert itself. And yet, the silence around its foundations hints at an origin more layered than the Kasbah's familiar profile implies, as though the fortified Khazar were the final expression of a story whose earliest chapters remain obscured behind the deep ochre of its rammed earth facade. And when morning light grazes the angles of its granaries, dwellings, and defensive ramparts, it illuminates the traces of successive hands that shaped these clustered forms, from pre-Saharan caravans carrying salt and gold, to later dynasties consolidating control over trade routes that once braided the Maghreb into the economies of the Sahel and the Mediterranean, each era leaving behind structural signatures that archaeologists attempt to parse. Variations in pisse composition, subtle changes in timber bonding, shifts in courtyard arrangement, yet even these practical clues only sketch the outline of a settlement whose earliest footprint may predate the fortress identity it is known for today. As excavations along the riverbank reveal lenses of occupation soil and fragmented pottery that span centuries, the settlement's growth begins to appear as a slow accretion rather than a singular construction, and questions arise about whether an earlier, less formalized community first clustered near this vantage point overlooking seasonal water, choosing the slope for its defensible height and for the way the valley narrows into a natural corridor, a geographic constraint that once funneled travelers through a choke point, which would have offered both opportunity and risk to those living here. And while surviving chronicles tie Ait Ben Haddou to the Almoravid and later Glaoui influence, the proportions of certain towers and the alignment of the Khazar's primary gateway suggest architectural habits that resemble fortified villages farther east, raising the possibility that migrant groups or regional masons shared techniques across wide distances long before the site became a node of trans-Saharan commerce. Though the evidence remains partial, and interpretations vary as scholars debate microscopic inclusions in the mud brick that might link one structure to a specific period of construction. Meanwhile, the Kasbah's defensive silhouette, which appears so uniform from afar, dissolves on closer approach into a collage of repairs, expansions, blocked passages, and repurposed storage rooms, each alteration hinting at changing political and environmental pressures. Flood episodes leaving sediment high against lower walls, episodes of instability prompting the heightening of parapets. Long spells of drought pushing residents to reconfigure cistern systems so that runoff could be trapped rather than lost to the riverbed. And these cumulative adaptations complicate attempts to establish a clean evolutionary sequence. For the Khazar behaves less like a static monument and more like a living architectural organism shaped by necessity, opportunity, and time. Yet within this dynamic history lie small inconsistencies that continue to draw quiet curiosity. The deep-set niches carved into older wall sections, whose purpose remains ambiguous, too shallow for storage, but too intentionally formed to be decorative. The faint traces of a foundation trench under the southern cluster that seems to belong to a structure with a different orientation than the rest of the Khazar. The presence of pottery styles that hint at trade links predating the site's recognized mercantile prominence, and the unusual uniformity of brick material in one elevated sector, as if a coordinated building effort once took place under conditions that differ from the incremental development suggested elsewhere. None of these anomalies are dramatic enough to overturn established timelines. Yet, together they create a gentle friction between what is documented and what is implied, prompting questions about whether Ayet Ben Haddou emerged gradually from local adaptation, or whether an earlier, more organized settlement phase existed whose traces are now faint, overwritten by centuries of replastering and reconfiguration. And as researchers sift through soil layers and historical accounts, they note how the Khazar's commanding position mirrors patterns found in other Maghrebi highland fortifications that once mediated movement between interior plateaus and coastal basins, suggesting that this valley may have carried regional significance long before caravans made it a known waypoint, its topography guiding human occupation through channels now obscured by later. Historical narratives. The sediment cores taken near the river reveal fluctuations in climate that might have driven periods of abandonment and reoccupation, leaving open the possibility that the site experienced cycles of presence that do not align neatly with surviving written references. And this uneven continuity raises a subtle question about which chapter of the Khazar's long existence is the one modern observers most readily see, whether the towering granaries we admire are an apex or merely one peak in a longer, more nuanced sequence of habitation. And while no evidence points to unfamiliar civilizations or forgotten cultures, the slight divergences in construction logic whisper of influences not yet fully traced. Movements of people whose identities remain unrecorded, but whose practical knowledge left its mark in the thickness of load-bearing walls, the strategic clustering of family compounds, and the calculated positioning of observation points carved into upper terraces. In this way, the megastructure stands not as a puzzle demanding a single answer, but as a palimpsest of decisions made over generations, each decision responding to forces both seen and unseen by those who now study it. And as the evening wind sweeps between the towers and settles the dust back into the cracks of the old pathways, the Khazar seems to retreat once more into its own quiet, revealing only what the shifting light allows, inviting the possibility that somewhere beneath its successive layers lies a missing fragment of human settlement history. Not a lost civilization, but a subtle, earlier stage of community making whose contours remain partly concealed, leaving Ayet Ben Haddou poised between what is known and what may yet be clarified by the next small discovery waiting in the valley's patient earth. Volubilis. Along the gently rising plain, where the Middle Atlas gives way to rolling farmland, the ruins of Volubilis rest in measured rows of stone that catch the sun with an almost reflective stillness, their shattered columns and mosaic floors seeming less like remnants of a distant empire than the exposed interior of a long-forgotten conversation between cultures. For although the site is remembered as one of Rome's westernmost administrative centres, its foundations stretch deeper into a past where Mauritanian settlement patterns shaped the earliest contours of urban life. And in the shifting contrast between the orderly Roman grid and the subtler traces beneath it, lies an unresolved thread that continues to draw archaeological attention. The city's triumphal arch rises cleanly against the sky, a lasting emblem of imperial reach, yet around it low fragments of walls, aligned at unexpected angles, hint at pre-Roman phases whose architectural logic differs from the formulaic layouts imposed later, suggesting a place that adapted itself repeatedly to changing political tides, each period adding layers rather than erasing what came before, creating a composite urban organism whose complexity resists simple classification. And as excavators work their way through the remains of olive presses, baths, basilicas, and domestic quarters, they encounter soil sequences that preserve hints of older habitation. Fine hearth ash, locally made ceramics with patterns distinct from imported ware, and post holes marking structures whose form is still only partially understood. While subtle shifts in the city's orientation toward the valley reveal efforts to reconcile pre-existing settlement patterns with the demanding geometry of Roman planning, a tension preserved in the irregular edges where streets meet earlier property lines. Historians chronicle how Volubilis flourished through agriculture and trade, its prosperity rooted in fertile soils and a strategic position along routes linking inland communities with coastal markets. Yet the persistence of certain building styles long after Roman incorporation hints at a population that retained local influences, shaping their environment in ways that complicate assumptions of broad cultural replacement. And this interplay of external order and internal continuity fosters questions about how identity evolved within these stones. Water channels running beneath the old avenues reveal repairs and realignments from different generations, each phase responding to environmental fluctuations preserved in silt patterns. And the presence of flood deposits wedged under one colonnade suggests hydrological events that may have reshaped habitation zones, prompting residents to reinforce or abandon particular districts. Adjustments that seldom appear in surviving texts, yet remain legible in the physical record. Scattered across the site, several unfinished structures bear marks of interrupted construction. Column drums abandoned before fluting, foundations that trace the beginnings of expansion projects later halted. And while practical explanations abound, ranging from economic downturns to regional instability, their pattern raises a quieter uncertainty about the city's long-term rhythms, hinting at periods of optimism followed by abrupt constraint, each shift preserved in the incomplete geometry of stone. In one corner of the forum, a sequence of reused blocks, some bearing faint pre-Roman carvings, suggests that earlier shrines or communal spaces once stood nearby, later quarried for new civic buildings, and the faintest remnants of these original forms surface in the irregularities of wall joints and the softened contours of sculpted fragments, whose motifs no longer have clear counterparts, inviting speculation about spiritual practices and local iconographies that existed before Roman documentation reached this frontier. Mosaic floors, meticulously arranged in patterns of marine life, hunting scenes and seasonal cycles, form a vivid chapter in the visible story of Volubilis. Yet beneath some of them lie compacted occupation layers that preserve traces of earlier domestic arrangements, their fragmentary hearths and storage pits, oriented without regard for the later street grid, suggesting a residential logic attuned to climate, prevailing winds, and social cohesion rather than imperial order. And this quiet underlying architecture acts as a reminder that the city, even at its Roman height, carried memories of a deeper past. At the limits of the excavated zone, stone alignments diverge unexpectedly from the main urban layout, possibly marking agricultural enclosures or industrial spaces whose functions remain debated. And among these features lie anomalous pottery assemblages, shards that differ slightly in mineral composition, firing temperature, or decorative ink, implying contact networks or production traditions not fully incorporated into the Roman economy, though none of these differences point to anything beyond normal variation across a culturally diverse frontier. Still, taken together, they form a mosaic of subtle inconsistencies that gesture toward missing details in the narrative of how the city transformed from a local stronghold into an imperial provincial centre. Inscriptions preserved on reused slabs record names that blend Roman and indigenous elements, suggesting a community negotiating overlapping identities, and the pattern of domestic courtyards, some maintaining inward-focused Berber layouts, others embracing Roman peristyles, reveals choices that carry quiet echoes of cultural negotiation, each decision shaped by family history, environmental practicality, and evolving social norms. At sunset, when shadows lengthen across the olive groves that still follow ancient field lines, Volubilis appears suspended between eras, its stones holding both the confidence of Roman engineering and the older, softer traces of the communities that preceded it, creating an impression that the site is not merely a ruin, but a layered chronicle of human adaptation on a shifting frontier. And as modern research refines chronologies through radiocarbon analysis and microstratigraphy, the boundaries of these occupation phases become clearer, yet still retain small gaps, intervals of unclear transition where the reasons behind expansion, contraction, or reorganization remain partly veiled, leaving room for the possibility that the most significant chapter of Volubilis' story may lie not in its monumental architecture, but in the quieter phases that shaped its origins. Thus, the city endures as a testament to the interplay of power, tradition, and landscape, its weathered stones suggesting that even in a place where so much is documented, there remains a subdued and lingering question about how the earliest inhabitants conceived this ridge overlooking the valley, and how their decisions set the foundation for all that followed, offering a gentle reminder that beneath the order of the Roman grid there may still be fragments of a more ancient pattern awaiting recognition. Lixus. Where the Atlantic wind presses inland across low hills veined with tamarisk and saltbrush, the ancient city of Lixus rises in terraces of weathered stone above the meandering Lukos River. Its scattered foundations and eroded podiums, arranged across a slope that once commanded both fertile floodplain and maritime reach. And as the morning mist thins over the estuary, the site reveals itself less as a single coherent settlement than as a layered assemblage of ambitions stretching from early Amazigh communities through Punic traders and Roman administrators, each phase imprinting new geometries onto the one before it. The surviving walls of workshops, sanctuaries, and residential quarters form a fractured outline of a city whose long life is apparent in the irregular merging of building traditions. And the faint echo of distant waves reminds visitors that Lixus once stood at the hinge between land routes and oceanic commerce, its placement suggesting a strategic insight that long predates classical descriptions. For local groups appear to have used this promontory well before external powers recognized its value. Archaeologists tracing the earliest strata encounter hearth remains and ceramics that differ subtly from later Punic imports, and though these finds are modest, their distribution hints at habitation patterns organised not around urban planning, but around seasonal resource use linked to river shifts and coastal fisheries, suggesting that Lixus began as a place of recurring presence rather than permanent stone construction. Yet as Phoenician influence spread along the coast, new architectural signatures began to accumulate. Rectilinear rooms, mud brick partitions reinforced with timber, and evidence of industrial activity related to salt and fish processing, marking a transition toward a more anchored community whose maritime orientation would eventually shape its economic identity. And still beneath this progression lie unanswered questions about exactly how interactions between indigenous inhabitants and incoming traders unfolded, their material records overlapping but not always blending, leaving scholars to interpret the nuanced interface between cultural persistence and external influence. The Roman reorganization of Lixus added another chapter, layering monumental structures and expansive industrial complexes onto the landscape. And among the most striking features are the garum factories, their deep stone vats forming a grid that descends the slope toward the river, each basin preserving residues that testify to large-scale production. Yet even within this apparent order lie small anomalies, vats of unusual dimensions, drainage channels that redirect rather than converge, and isolated outbuildings whose function remains uncertain, suggesting adaptations to shifting labour demands, environmental pressures, or economic fluctuations that rarely enter formal historical accounts. In the upper city, the remnants of temples and administrative buildings stand on platforms cut into bedrock, their placement aligned with both topography and earlier sacred spaces, and beneath one sanctuary's pavement, excavators found a sequence of older fills containing mixed ceramics from disparate cultural phases, raising questions about whether earlier ritual sites were intentionally incorporated into later constructions, a practice not uncommon in antiquity, yet difficult to trace with precision when stratigraphy has been reworked by centuries of erosion. And throughout the Acropolis, reused stones bearing weathered inscriptions or faint relief, carving hint at structures whose original context is lost, their repurposing complicating efforts to reconstruct a clear architectural sequence. Several partially exposed walls diverge from the dominant cardinal orientation of Roman design, suggesting that earlier street alignments or property boundaries influenced later development. And in the gaps between these walls lie traces of domestic debris, burnt seed, animal bone, shell fragments, whose analysis reveals dietary habits shaped by both riverine and maritime ecosystems, a blend that underscores the unique environmental niche Lixus occupied. Yet even with this wealth of data, certain elements resist easy interpretation. A cluster of circular features near the lower terrace appears too large for hearths and too shallow for storage pits, leaving their precise purpose uncertain. Stone alignments beneath one later building do not match any known plan and may represent a short-lived construction phase. And the distribution of imported ceramics fluctuates in ways that do not align neatly with established trade patterns, perhaps reflecting local preferences or episodic access to maritime networks. None of these irregularities imply extraordinary events, yet collectively they reveal how Lixus evolved through choices and circumstances not always captured by written sources, leaving subtle gaps that modern researchers continue to explore. Environmental studies indicate shifts in the river's course over time, episodes of flooding that deposited layers of silt across parts of the lower city, and gradual estuary infill that altered harbour conditions, prompting adjustments in settlement layout and industrial activity. And this interplay of human planning and natural change complicates attempts to assign firm dates to certain phases, as sediment movement may have obscured or redistributed evidence. Still, the overarching narrative that emerges is one of continual negotiation between land, water, and culture, a process that produced a city both resilient and mutable, shaped by its strategic location, yet vulnerable to the shifting contours of the estuary. As evening light settles on the broken theatre steps and the quiet gardens that now occupy ancient blocks, Lixus feels suspended between clarity and enigma, its archaeological record rich yet uneven. its chronology well documented, yet punctuated by small uncertainties that invite thoughtful inquiry rather than speculation. And in that tension between what is known and what remains just beyond reach, lies a quiet suggestion that the earliest motivations for choosing this site, whether tied to ritual, resource, or vantage, may still be partially hidden beneath layers of later construction, awaiting careful excavation and interpretation, leaving Lixus to stand as a testament to the long continuum of human settlement on Morocco's Atlantic frontier and to the subtle mysteries that persist even in places where history seems extensively written. Megaliths of Mazora. On a quiet rise above the rolling plains of northern Morocco, where the wind moves in long unbroken sweeps across fields of grain and wild grass, the megaliths of Mazora form a ring of weathered standing stones, encircling a low earthen tumulus, their rough surfaces catching the shifting light, as though marking the rhythm of centuries rather than any single moment in the past. And when approached from the narrow track that winds uphill, the arrangement comes gradually into focus. 167 stones in varying heights, many leaning slightly, some fractured, others still firmly rooted, creating an enduring geometry that feels deliberate, yet softened by time, its scale large enough to command attention, yet restrained compared to the grand megalithic assemblages of Europe, suggesting a local tradition shaped by regional needs rather than monumental excess. Excavations over the past century have revealed that the central mound likely functioned as a burial monument associated with a powerful community of the late Neolithic or early Bronze Age, though the precise cultural context remains debated, as pottery fragments and lithic tools found nearby offer a broad chronological range rather than a tight sequence, leaving scholars to piece together the site's origins through comparative analysis with other North African tumuli and stone circles whose forms echo similar patterns of alignment, spacing, and symbolic placement. Yet even within this framework, Mazora contains quiet inconsistencies. Some stones appear to have been re-erected in antiquity using different packing materials than their neighbours. The circle's diameter is not perfectly uniform, widening toward one arc in a way that suggests either deliberate asymmetry or later subsidence. And in the soil around several of the larger uprights, researchers detected microscopic traces of burning that could indicate ritual activity or simply the byproduct of nearby habitation, the context still uncertain. And as investigators map the distribution of stones, they note subtle variations in lithology, with some monoliths sourced locally, while others appear to originate from quarries at a distance, a pattern that suggests a coordinated effort in transport, but leaves open questions about why certain stones were chosen over others, whether for symbolic association, structural performance, or availability during different phases of construction. The tumulus itself, partially excavated yet still largely sealed beneath protective layers of earth, contains a sequence of deposits that hint at multiple episodes of use. Intermittent interments, possible reconfigurations of the mound's outer slope, and the placement of grave goods, now too fragmentary to link with specific cultural groups. And these phases of activity introduce a complexity that challenges early interpretations of the monument as a single event construction, instead suggesting a site that matured over generations, its significance evolving alongside shifts in social organization and regional interaction. At the northeastern edge of the circle, a cluster of smaller stones follows an arc slightly offset from the main ring, their orientation raising the possibility of a subsidiary feature or an earlier boundary now overshadowed by the final alignment. Though erosion and later agricultural disturbance obscure the precise relationship, leaving archaeologists cautious in drawing conclusions. Similarly, a shallow linear depression running toward the tumulus has been interpreted variously as a processional path, a drainage channel, or the remnant of a trench used during construction, Each explanation plausible yet incomplete, the true nature of this feature still open to interpretation in light of limited excavation. And as the sun crosses the sky, casting elongated shadows between the stones, the ring takes on an almost astronomical clarity, prompting comparisons to megalithic traditions where alignments with solstices or cardinal directions played a role. Yet, at Mizora, the evidence remains inconclusive. While some stones appear to mark directional axes, others do not conform, and the slight irregularities in spacing challenge any firm hypothesis of intentional celestial design, leading researchers to consider a broader spectrum of possibilities, from territorial demarcation to ceremonial gathering space, each grounded in regional patterns but none definitively proven. Soil analyses around the circumference reveal pollen signatures indicating episodic vegetation changes, suggesting that the surroundings oscillated between open grassland and denser shrub cover during the monument's active use. Environmental shifts that may have influenced how the site was experienced or accessed, yet these variations do not point to dramatic ecological disruption, instead aligning with natural climatic rhythms of the region. Below the tumulus, geophysical surveys detect faint anomalies, subtle differences in density that could mark additional structural features or natural variations in sediment compaction. And though excavators proceed with caution, these signals remind researchers that the mound's interior may hold details not yet uncovered, perhaps clarifying how the monument transitioned through its construction phases. And in the broader landscape, less conspicuous stones scattered downslope may represent outliers, waypoints, or remnants of dismantled features, though centuries of land use have blurred their original context. When viewed from a distance, the entire complex feels integrated with the surrounding terrain, its elevated position granting lines of sight toward distant hills that once formed natural boundaries between communities. And this vantage lends weight to theories that Mizora's builders selected the location for both symbolic and practical reasons, situating the monument at a point where social, territorial, and environmental considerations intersected. And yet, despite all this, small uncertainties remain, variations in construction material that do not align with known quarry sequences, interruptions in the stone ring that may signify later removal or earlier modification, and inconclusive links between the tumulus and the ring's outermost arc. Features that, while not extraordinary, complicate efforts to produce a definitive narrative of the monument's purpose. As dusk descends, and the stones take on deeper hues, the circle seems to contract into the hill, its presence quiet but persistent, inviting contemplation rather than conclusions. And in this soft ambiguity lies the enduring resonance of Mizora, not as an enigma demanding resolution, but as a patient witness to long cycles of human presence, its scattered clues suggesting that the story of early societies in this region may include a chapter not yet fully resolved, one whose subtle traces remain embedded in the soil between the stones, awaiting careful interpretation by those who continue to study this ancient ring on the windswept rise above the plains. Kelat Maguna, where the valleys of the eastern High Atlas narrow into steep corridors carved by seasonal torrents, the rock-cut fort above Kelat Maguna emerges from the rose-coloured cliffs in a series of weathered chambers and defensive voids, its openings arranged with a restraint that mirrors the austere geology around them, so that from a distance the structure appears less built than revealed, as though the mountain itself offered its flanks to human hands, seeking refuge in a contested landscape. And when one approaches by the winding footpath that rises above terraced gardens and dry riverbeds, the fort resolves into a constellation of interconnected cavities, some hewn with deliberate masonry edges, others following the natural fissures of the cliff, creating a hybrid architecture that reflects both careful planning and opportunistic adaptation, its form shaped as much by the limitations of rock as by strategic intent. Early surveys suggest the complex evolved over multiple phases, each carving episode responding to shifting patterns of settlement, regional tension, and seasonal movement across the valleys. Yet the absence of extensive written documentation forces archaeologists to rely on clues embedded in the stone itself. Chisel marks that vary in width and depth hint at differing tool types or work crews. Soot-darkened ceilings indicate periods of prolonged occupation, and the remains of rudimentary post sockets carved into ledges suggest suspended platforms or wooden partitions now long vanished, their original configurations difficult to reconstruct. While local tradition ties elements of the fort to medieval defensive networks, pottery fragments recovered from sheltered pockets near the entrance reveal a chronological range broader than expected. Some pieces pointing toward earlier occupation by groups who may have used these cavities for storage, temporary shelter, or lookout positions before the more structured defensive adaptation took shape. And yet, the evidence remains fragmentary, leaving open the question of whether the earliest inhabitants carved intentionally or expanded natural hollows over time, slowly transforming an irregular geological shelter into a more formal stronghold. Within the interior, the chambers follow a surprisingly consistent logic. Narrow passages linking larger rooms, vantage apertures cut to monitor the valley floor, and vertical shafts whose purpose remains uncertain but may relate to ventilation or controlled access, yet small variations complicate interpretation. One corridor abruptly widens before narrowing again, suggesting a partially abandoned modification. Another terminates in a blind alcove that bears no clear relationship to the rest of the layout, its function unknown. And in certain upper chambers, the walls exhibit smoothed surfaces inconsistent with the rougher toolwork elsewhere, hinting at a period of refinement or reoccupation by a group with different aesthetic or functional priorities. Outside, the cliff face preserves faint traces of steps and ledges that no longer connect cleanly, likely once part of an intricate access system used to control movement in and out of the fort. And the presence of collapsed rocks below suggests episodes of seismic activity or prolonged erosion that altered the approach, complicating attempts to determine the fort's original entry sequence. Environmental studies indicate fluctuations in precipitation across the centuries, and these climatic shifts may have influenced settlement density in the valley, altering the fort's role from refuge to watchpost to seasonal storage site, each phase leaving only partial signatures, difficult to disentangle across the eroded stratigraphy. On the plateau above, scattered stone alignments and remnants of small enclosures point to temporary encampments or herding stations, and their proximity to the rock-cut chambers has prompted speculation that the fort may have served a broader network of pastoral communities who relied on elevated shelters during periods of tension or transhumance, though no single set of remains is conclusive, and the relationship between surface features and carved architecture remains open to careful interpretation. Faint red pigment found on an interior wall has been studied extensively, its composition consistent with natural iron oxide used across the region, yet the incomplete patterning makes it unclear whether it once formed a symbolic marking, a simple utilitarian stain, or the remnant of a more elaborate surface treatment. And this ambiguity echoes throughout the site, where small anomalies accumulate but seldom resolve into definitive narratives. In one chamber, a low bench carved from bedrock suggests a place of rest or observation, while a shallow basin nearby hints at water storage or ritual use, though the absence of associated artifacts limits conclusions. Similarly, a narrow vertical slit overlooking the valley seems ideally positioned for surveillance, yet its angle is slightly misaligned with the main approach route, leading researchers to consider whether changing pathways or natural erosion altered the original sightline. And across the complex, charcoal deposits suitable for radiocarbon analysis offer dates that cluster in several distinct periods rather than a single continuous occupation, indicating that the fort may have been used episodically, activated when circumstances required, then left dormant until renewed need drew people back to its heights. As the afternoon sun slides behind the ridge, shadows lengthen across the carved openings, emphasizing the interplay between deliberate human shaping and the mountain's own irregular contours. And in this convergence lies the site's quiet intrigue. Each chamber holds evidence of practical decision-making, protection from heat, vantage over the valley, exploitation of natural fractures, yet the overall plan remains slightly elusive, neither fully military nor purely domestic, suggesting a multifunctional role that evolved over time, guided by pressures and opportunities not fully captured in surviving archaeological traces. Erosion has softened edges, obscured pathways, and removed the wooden elements that once completed the architecture. And this partial preservation creates spaces where interpretation must be approached with care, acknowledging the limits of material evidence while recognizing the continuity of human presence across the region's long history. Evening settles with a muted glow against the cliff, and the fort blends once more into the geological backdrop. Its openings dim, but still perceptible, marking a place where generations address the challenges of terrain and circumstance, leaving behind a structure whose incomplete record hints at a missing thread in the broader story of settlement and resilience in the High Atlas, not as a dramatic revelation, but as a subtle reminder that even well-studied landscapes hold small, unresolved chapters waiting in the quiet along the rock-cut walls. Tinmel Mosque, high on a quiet shoulder of the High Atlas, where the mountains gather themselves into long ridges of pale limestone and shadow. The Tinmel Mosque settles into view with a gravity that feels both architectural and topographic, its softened silhouette rising from the valley floor in a series of muted planes that echo the surrounding slopes. And as early light brushes the flanks of its buttressed walls, the monument reveals traces of a past, shaped by devotion, dynastic ambition, and the shifting contours of a region long defined by movement across rugged terrain. Though the mosque is remembered as a central monument of the Almohad movement, the landscape around it preserves subtler layers of habitation, scattered terrace remains, clustered foundations eroded nearly level with the earth, and faint irrigation traces that may predate the structure itself, suggesting that this valley held strategic and symbolic importance before its transformation into a dynastic heartland. And these understated features complicate the narrative that Tinmel emerged suddenly as a monumental expression of reformist ideology. Within the mosque's sandstone and lime-plastered walls, the interplay of shadow and structure reveals a nuanced architectural intelligence, arcades arranged in quiet rhythm, horseshoe and pointed arches alternating in measured succession, and mihrab geometry that converges in carefully carved stucco, now eroded but still discernible, each element contributing to a design that reflects both regional craft traditions and the standardized aesthetic the Almohads later extended across their territories. Yet beneath this architectural clarity lie subtle irregularities that capture archaeological curiosity. Variations in mortar composition at the base of certain piers, suggesting phases of repair or reinforcement, asymmetries in the thickness of outer walls that do not fully align with the mosque's otherwise rigorous plan, and traces of foundational levelling that imply the builders negotiated uneven terrain more extensively than once assumed. Outside the main prayer hall, open courtyards reveal soil layers containing ceramics of mixed date, some older than the mosque's construction, and the distribution of these artifacts hints at earlier forms of settlement or ritual gathering whose contours remain incomplete, their patterns interrupted by centuries of rebuilding and erosion. Researchers studying the mosque's orientation note its slight deviation from later standardized Qibla alignments, a variation that may reflect regional survey methods or theological interpretations of the early Almohad period. Though the exact reasoning remains unsettled, its explanation residing somewhere between practical constraints and evolving liturgical norms. As one moves along the exterior, the massive buttresses, hallmarks of Almohad architectural style, cast deep vertical shadows across the facade. Yet even these monumental elements show evidence of subtle modification. Stone inserts in their lower courses differ slightly in texture from those above, suggesting either a repair campaign or a construction adjustment made, as the building settled into the valley floor. And while historic sources emphasize Tin Mel's political and spiritual centrality, the archaeological record offers glimpses of a more dynamic setting, stone alignments on the adjacent terraces that may have supported ancillary structures, fragments of roofing tile inconsistent with the mosque's original design, and a partially buried threshold whose orientation suggests an earlier entrance pathway now disrupted by shifting topography. Geophysical surveys conducted across the surrounding plain reveal faint anomalies beneath the soil, potential foundations or property boundaries whose relationship to the mosque remains speculative. And though none of these features point to dramatic revelations, they hint at a broader landscape of activity in which the mosque functioned not in isolation, but as part of a more complex settlement pattern that has yet to be fully mapped. Environmental studies show that the valley experienced significant shifts in water flow over the centuries, with periods of reduced snowmelt altering the viability of terraced agriculture, and these fluctuations may have influenced both the mosque's maintenance cycles and the surrounding habitation density, though the precise chronology of these shifts is still being refined through sediment core analysis. Inside, the fragmentary stucco inscriptions, some barely legible, record theological messages central to the Almohad movement. Yet the surviving fragments reveal inconsistencies in carving style, perhaps indicating multiple workshops or artisans working concurrently, their differing techniques leaving subtle variations in line and depth that complicate stylistic classification. And high on the internal walls, traces of red pigment hint at surface treatments now lost. Though whether these were decorative, functional, or symbolic remains uncertain, the faintness of the residue preventing definitive interpretation. The mosque's partially collapsed roof, reconstructed in recent times, once relied on a system of timber beams whose original distribution is still debated due to limited surviving anchors, and questions persist regarding whether the Almohads adopted a roof form uniquely adapted to the climatic conditions of this valley, or one that aligned with architectural norms from their coastal and urban centres. As sunlight shifts westward, the mosque's interior gradually fills with a cool, diffused glow that accentuates the quiet mass of its columns and arcades. And in this changing light, the building's layered history becomes more apparent. Moments of renovation indicated by small discrepancies in plaster finish, discrete expansions or contractions of interior space suggested by irregular bonding lines, and signs of later reuse visible in floor patches where tiles have been replaced or repositioned. And as evening gathers, Tin Mel appears to fold into the valley, its imposing walls softened by shadow, leaving only the rhythm of its arcades and the alignment of its mihrab clearly legible against the dusk. A reminder that while its origins are broadly documented, numerous details of its earliest phases remain only partly understood. These uncertainties do not undermine the mosque's historical significance, but instead add texture to its story, hinting at a quieter chapter of development, one shaped by environmental adaptation, incremental construction decisions, and the lived experience of communities whose presence predated and accompanied the Almohad rise, suggesting that beneath the monument's confident form lies a more gradual, layered evolution still awaiting its full articulation in the ongoing study of this highland sanctuary. Sijil Massa ruins. Where the Ziz River threads its way through the palm groves of the Tafilalt oasis, The ruins of Sigil Massa lie scattered across a broad sunlit plain, their low earthen mounds, collapsed enclosure walls, and faint street grids emerging only gradually from the pale soil, so that the once renowned medieval trading city feels less like a vanished metropolis than a series of murmurs beneath the desert surface, each contour hinting at a structure whose full form has long since returned to dust. Approaching from the north, the landscape appears deceptively empty, yet as the ground begins to rise, adobe fragments, pottery shards, and remnants of irrigation channels come into view, arranged in an expanse that stretches far beyond the visible ruins, suggesting a settlement whose scale and complexity exceeded earlier counts, though its outline today is softened by wind, seasonal flooding, and centuries of abandonment. Medieval chroniclers emphasized Sigil Massa's prominence as a gateway between Maghrebi markets and trans-Saharan caravans, describing walls, markets, and fortified districts. Yet the archaeological record reveals a more nuanced evolution. Layers of mud brick fortifications rebuilt multiple times, residential blocks showing phases of expansion and contraction, and workshops whose shifting locations implied changes in trade patterns and economic regulation, each modification adding complexity to a site already shaped by the volatility of desert watercourses. Excavations near the central zone uncovered segments of massive walls, whose varying thickness suggests different construction episodes, and within their collapsed sections lie fragments of glazed ceramics, bronze fittings, and charred organic remains that together sketch a portrait of urban life at once vibrant and vulnerable. For the presence of burned layers at several points hints at destructive events, perhaps conflict, perhaps accidental fire, though their irregular distribution suggests a pattern more episodic than catastrophic. Beyond these central remains, linear depressions trace the paths of ancient canals, their alignment shifting subtly across strata as the oasis's hydrology changed, indicating that Sigil Massa's engineers continually adapted water management systems to the fluctuations of the Ziz, a relationship that could be both sustaining and precarious. For sudden floods may have buried parts of the city in silt, while drought years forced adjustments in settlement density along the irrigated lanes. To the east, clusters of foundations exhibit an organization distinct from the rectilinear streets nearer the core, their looser pattern hinting at peripheral quarters, caravan encampments, or semi-permanent habitation zones used by traders awaiting safe passage across the Sahara. Yet despite the promising distribution of hearth debris and metalworking slag, the interpretation of these spaces remains incomplete, complicated by erosion and modern land use that has disturbed their upper layers. Small anomalies persist throughout the site, sections of wall rebuilt with different brick proportions, suggesting repairs by groups with varying construction methods. Pottery assemblages containing forms uncommon in the central Maghreb, raising questions about localized preferences or undocumented trade routes. And isolated stone alignments whose placement defies the grid-like logic of the main urban sectors, possibly remnants of earlier pre-Islamic occupation or boundary markers reused within the expanding medieval landscape. At the northern extremity, where the desert plain slopes toward an older channel of the river, a series of low platforms preserve traces of what may have been industrial installations, perhaps tanning pits or dyeing basins, yet the lack of clear stratigraphic separation makes their function uncertain, leaving open the possibility that these features represent successive reuses of the same ground for differing economic purposes. Meanwhile, the western zone, once interpreted as a necropolis, has revealed overlapping graves from multiple periods, their orientation subtly shifting through time, suggesting evolving communal practices and perhaps changes in population composition, though the variability remains within the range of known Islamic funerary customs and adds breadth rather than contradiction to the city's record. Geophysical surveys across the untouched expanses detect faint geometric anomalies that hint at additional structures beyond the excavated areas. Yet the diffuse nature of these signals reflects both the fragility of mud brick architecture and the natural sedimentation that has smoothed the city into gentle undulations, making it difficult to determine whether these patterns represent domestic quarters, storage compounds, or simply the residue of eroded fortifications. Environmental studies of pollen and phytoliths recovered from occupation layers reveal alternating phases of agricultural intensity and decline, correlating with broader climatic fluctuations across the region. And these cycles may have shaped Sigil Massa's fortunes as much as its role in trans-Saharan commerce, influencing how densely the oasis could support inhabitants during times of economic expansion or strain. And within the central mounds, where the traces of market structures may once have stood, archaeologists have found subtle inconsistencies in floor levels and drainage design, suggesting serial renewals of commercial space as shifting caravan volumes, political control, and economic priorities redefined the city's internal organization. Yet, the absence of extensive surviving architecture means that these interpretations remain provisional, pieced together through soil composition, artifact density, and the faintest hints of foundation layout. As the sun begins to lower over the palm groves, shadows lengthen across the dispersed ruins, and the city's fragmented footprint becomes easier to sense than to see. The emptiness between structures, hinting at the possibility that Sigil Massa's full extent has yet to be delineated, its edges blurred by centuries of shifting sands and ephemeral floods. This uncertainty does not imply anything extraordinary, but rather reflects the inherent challenges of reconstructing a vast mud brick city, whose materials degrade readily under desert conditions, leaving archaeologists to interpret a palimpsest of partial remains that speak in subdued tones. And yet it is precisely within these quiet gaps, irregular alignments, mixed ceramic horizons, and faint geomagnetic traces, that the sense of an incomplete chapter resides, suggesting that Sigil Massa's role in connecting northern and Saharan worlds may be more complex than the surviving chronicles convey, and that its earliest developmental stages, perhaps modest, perhaps decentralized, are still only lightly sketched in the earth. When night approaches and the wind sweeps gently over the plain, the ruins appear to fold back into the oasis, leaving behind only the outlines of walls and the memory of a city whose layered story continues to emerge slowly, piece by careful piece, inviting further study into a past that remains both grounded and subtly unfinished beneath the desert's calm surface. For thousands of years, humanity has been building in stone to be remembered. And yet, some of the most precise, ambitious, and unsettling structures on Earth seem to come from cultures that left no instructions, no explanations, and sometimes no history at all. How did prehistoric people align stones to the stars before agriculture? Why does precision masonry appear suddenly fully formed and then vanish? Why do some of the oldest sacred sites on Earth look more advanced than those that came after them? Were these monuments the beginning of civilization, or the remains of something already lost? And if mainstream archaeology can't fully explain how they were built, what else have we forgotten? Puma Punku. At more than 12,000 feet above sea level, on the cold and wind-scoured plateau near Lake Titicaca, Puma Punku sits as though it were never meant to be discovered, only endured, part of a once living landscape where stone, sky, and belief were inseparable, and where the people who built it likely assumed, as all civilizations do, that their world would continue in recognizable form long after their hands were gone. The ruins appear first as disorder, massive blocks, scattered like discarded thoughts, yet the longer one looks, the clearer it becomes that this disorder is not original, but the residue of collapse, interruption, or dismantling, hinting at a structure that once stood coherent and intentional, carrying meaning for a society whose future vanished faster than its stone. modern archaeology arrives with expectations shaped by linear progress and written continuity, expecting primitive tools to leave crude marks and early societies to build tentatively. But Puma Punku refuses this narrative, presenting stonework that appears at once monumental and exacting, as though precision itself were a cultural value rather than a technological accident, raising an unsettling question not of impossibility but of missing context. The site, part of the larger Tiwanaku ceremonial complex, consists of enormous blocks of red sandstone and andesite, some weighing over 100 tons, transported from quarries miles away across uneven terrain without evidence of wheels, draft animals, or metal tools, and shaped into forms that suggest modular design, repeating H-shaped blocks with uniform dimensions, drilled holes placed at consistent intervals, right angles so precise they approach modern machining tolerances, and surfaces flattened to a smoothness difficult to reproduce, even with contemporary stoneworking equipment. The andesite, an exceptionally hard volcanic stone, appears cut with internal corners and straight channels that resist explanation through pounding stones alone, while the red sandstone blocks are fitted in ways that suggest they were once part of a larger architectural grammar, possibly walls, gateways, or platforms assembled with metal clamps, as evidenced by grooves that once held eye-shaped copper alloy fasteners. Archaeological dating places Puma Punku, roughly between 500 and 1000 CE, associating it with the Tiwanaku civilization, a culture that engineered raised field agriculture, managed water at scale, and supported a population large enough to sustain monumental construction at altitude. Yet even within this framework, Puma Punku stands apart, not merely as a ritual space, but as an experiment in permanence, where stone was shaped to last beyond generations. The layout suggests deliberate alignment with cardinal directions and celestial events, while the craftsmanship implies specialized labor, planning across decades, and an understanding of geometry that was embedded in practice rather than theory, passed through hands rather than texts. And yet, the contradictions accumulate quietly. No transitional tool marks show how rough quarry stone became finished geometry. No debris fields reveal the stages of shaping. No surviving ramps or infrastructure explain the logistics of transport. And no clear reconstruction satisfies how the site once stood intact, because the blocks do not simply topple naturally into the patterns now seen. Many stones appear displaced, rotated or scattered, as if intentionally dismantled or violently disrupted, possibly by seismic activity, social upheaval, or deliberate destruction following cultural collapse. Yet even these explanations falter when confronted with the scale and consistency of the precision. Mainstream archaeology emphasizes gradual development, arguing that skilled artisans using stone hammers, sand abrasion, and copper tools could achieve remarkable results over long periods. But this answer, while plausible in isolation, struggles to account for the uniformity across hundreds of elements, especially when compared to other sites of similar age that show far greater variability and error. The absence of written records deepens the tension, because Puma Punku offers no inscriptions boasting of kings, no reliefs explaining purpose, no texts anchoring intention, leaving modern observers to reconstruct meaning from mute stone, projecting either technological hubris or ancient genius depending on predisposition. Into this silence, alternative theories inevitably enter, some suggesting lost technologies, others proposing that Puma Punku is the remnant of a much older civilization predating Tiwanaku by millennia, possibly destroyed by cataclysmic events, remembered only in myth, while still others argue for symbolic rather than functional precision, that the stonework reflects ritual cosmology rather than engineering necessity. Some speculate that the modular blocks indicate prefabrication, a standardized system meant to be assembled and reassembled, perhaps reflecting a worldview in which structures were not fixed but cyclical, mirroring cosmic order while more radical interpretations invoke vanished knowledge systems or external influence, not as claims of superiority, but as attempts to explain why the site feels out of place in the established timeline. These theories persist, not because Puma Punku proves them, but because conventional explanations leave emotional and logical residue. The sense that something essential is missing, not a tool or technique, but an understanding of how this society conceived labor, time, and permanence. What remains most unsettling is not the mystery of how the stones were cut or moved, but why such effort was invested in a place so vulnerable to abandonment. Why a civilization would pour generational labor into architecture without leaving a narrative of itself. And how easily such complexity could dissolve into obscurity. Puma Punku stands today not as evidence of impossible technology, but as a quiet indictment of historical confidence, reminding us that civilizations can achieve astonishing coherence without leaving us the instructions to understand them, and that progress, as we define it, is not a guarantee of memory. The stones endure, scattered yet stubborn, precise yet contextless, offering no answers and demanding none, only the uneasy recognition that the past is not simpler than the present, merely quieter, and that somewhere between the quarry and the ruin lies a human story we no longer know how to read. Sphinx Temple. At the edge of the Giza Plateau, where desert limestone meets the slow encroachment of Cairo's modern sprawl, the Sphinx Temple rests low and heavy in the ground, its massive walls rising only slightly above the surrounding sand, as though it were never meant to dominate the horizon, but instead to anchor something older and quieter. A place built by people who believed the land itself would remember them even if names were lost. The temple's builders likely assumed continuity, that rituals performed here would be repeated, that caretakers would follow caretakers, and that the stone they set in place would remain intelligible to those yet unborn. Yet today the structure feels less like a monument than a remainder, a fragment of a world whose organizing logic no longer survives. Modern visitors arrive expecting hierarchy and clarity, kings, dates, dynasties, but the Sphinx Temple resists easy placement, sitting uncomfortably beside Egypt's most iconic symbols while refusing to explain itself, raising a subtle but persistent tension between what we think we know about ancient Egypt and what this structure quietly suggests. Carved from enormous limestone blocks, some weighing well over 200 tons, the temple is built in a megalithic style that feels anomalous, even within the Old Kingdom canon. Its walls composed of irregular yet tightly fitted stones, quarried directly from the enclosure of the nearby Great Sphinx of Giza, as if statue and sanctuary were conceived as a single integrated act rather than separate projects. The interior once held a T-shaped courtyard with massive pillars and altars aligned east-west, likely framing the rising and setting sun, while the absence of decoration, no reliefs, no inscriptions, no overt iconography, stands in stark contrast to later Egyptian temples that overflow with carved narrative and divine symbolism. Archaeologically, the temple is traditionally attributed to the reign of Khafra around 2500 BCE, based largely on its proximity to his pyramid complex and the discovery of diorite statues bearing his likeness nearby. Yet this association is circumstantial, a matter of spatial convenience rather than explicit declaration. The stonework itself tells a more complicated story. The lower courses of the walls show rounded erosion patterns inconsistent with simple wind abrasion, and the enclosure walls of the Sphinx exhibit weathering that some geologists argue requires prolonged exposure to heavy rainfall, a climatic condition absent from Egypt for millennia, even by conservative estimates. Mainstream Egyptology counters that such erosion can be explained by salt exfoliation, groundwater seepage, and localized environmental effects, But the debate persists because the temple's construction technique appears to predate the refined masonry of the pyramids, suggesting a building tradition that did not evolve neatly toward greater precision, but instead emerged fully realized and then disappeared. The sheer scale of the blocks, rivaling or exceeding those used in the pyramids themselves, raises logistical questions about quarrying, transport, and placement, especially given that the temple sits below the surrounding surface level, implying it was built into an already excavated landscape rather than rising above it. There is no surviving causeway celebrating its construction, no dedicatory text explaining its function, no clear deity explicitly named, only the silent geometry of space shaped to receive light, shadow, and human presence. This absence becomes the core contradiction. Egyptian civilization is famous precisely because it explains itself so thoroughly. Yet here, beside its most recognizable monument, stands a structure that offers almost nothing in words. If the Sphinx temple was purely a mortuary or solar shrine, why omit the inscriptions that defined Egyptian religious life? If it was ceremonial, why does its austerity feel closer to something archaic, even pre-dynastic, than to the confident theology of the Fourth Dynasty? Some scholars suggest the temple was never finished, abandoned before decoration could be added. But this explanation falters against the completeness of its layout and the deliberate smoothing of its massive stone surfaces. Others argue it was stripped of decoration in later periods, yet no evidence of chiseling or defacement supports systematic removal. The structure instead feels intentionally mute, as though its meaning was once self-evident to those who used it and required no narrative reinforcement. Into this interpretive gap step more speculative ideas, ranging from the suggestion that the temple predates dynastic Egypt entirely, to theories proposing it was inherited by later kings who repurposed an already ancient sacred site. In this view, Khafra becomes not the originator, but the steward of a place whose significance stretched back into a forgotten chapter of human settlement along the Nile, a time when ritual architecture was expressed through mass and alignment, rather than inscription and image. More unconventional theories extend this further, imagining the Sphinx temple as a remnant of a lost civilization undone by climatic catastrophe. Its builders remembered only through the stones they shaped, and the myths later cultures adapted to fit their own cosmologies. These ideas endure not because they are provable, but because the temple's physical presence creates a discomfort with closure, a sense that accepted timelines compress too much human experience into too few categories. What remains certain is that the Sphinx temple was the product of immense coordination, labor, and intention, built by people who understood stone not merely as material, but as a medium for continuity, yet whose own continuity was severed in ways we do not fully grasp. Standing within its sunken walls today, one is confronted less by mystery as spectacle than by mystery as absence, the absence of voice, of explanation, of the everyday human context that once animated this space. The temple does not invite awe through ornament or scale alone, but through restraint, through the unsettling realization that even a civilization as text-rich as ancient Egypt could leave behind places that refuse to speak. In that silence, the Sphinx temple remains not a puzzle to be solved, but a reminder that history is not a complete record of what happened, only of what survived, and that beneath the narratives we trust lie older foundations whose meanings have eroded more thoroughly than the stone that still holds their shape. Ellora Caves. Carved directly into the basalt escarpment of western India, the Ellora Caves stretch along a quiet cliffside as though time itself paused here to observe what humans once believed was possible, and at the center of this sequence, both physically and conceptually, rises the Kailasa Temple, a structure not assembled but revealed, born from subtraction rather than construction, created by people who assumed their religious world, would endure long enough to justify removing hundreds of thousands of tons of living rock in the service of permanence. The builders likely believed that devotion, once carved into the earth itself, would resist erosion of memory, that future generations would recognize the logic of such effort. Yet today, the temple stands not as a straightforward testament of faith, but as an interruption in historical expectation, a work so complete, so confident, that it unsettles modern assumptions about how ancient societies planned, coordinated, and sustained labor over time. Unlike freestanding monuments that rise visibly through stages of construction, Kailasa emerged invisibly, descending vertically into the cliff as if excavated by intention rather than force, leaving no obvious record of scaffolding, no preparatory sketches, no inscriptions describing the process, only the final result, a full-scale Dravidian temple complex carved from a single mountain, complete with towering gopuram-like forms, pillared halls, shrines, courtyards, bridges, sculpted elephants, and narrative reliefs depicting cosmic struggle and divine order. Archaeologically, the temple is generally dated to the 8th or early 9th century CE, associated with the Rashtrakuta dynasty, and often attributed to the reign of Krishna I, yet this attribution rests on sparse, copperplate inscriptions found elsewhere, not within the temple itself, leaving the monument curiously anonymous despite its scale. The engineering demands are staggering. Estimates suggest that more than 200,000 tons of basalt were removed, all without destabilizing the surrounding cliff, and that the excavation proceeded from the top down, requiring a complete mental model of the finished structure before the first chisel struck stone, because error could not be corrected once material was removed. Every column, cornice, and sculptural panel had to be aligned in advance, proportions calculated in negative space. The whole temple existing first as an idea held collectively by artisans who trusted that their work would outlive them. The detailing reinforces this sense of intention. Ceilings carved with lotus mandalas, walls animated with scenes from the Ramayana and Mahabharata, pillars cut with consistent rhythm, and sculpted figures emerging seamlessly from the same rock as the architecture itself, erasing the boundary between structure and ornament. Yet, alongside this mastery lies a quiet contradiction that unsettles linear narratives of architectural evolution. The Kailasa temple appears fully realized from its inception, without experimental stages visible in the surrounding caves, many of which, though impressive, do not approach its complexity or scale. There are no half-sized prototypes, no gradual progression toward monolithic ambition, only this sudden leap, as if an entire tradition culminated in a single act and then withdrew. Tool marks visible on unfinished surfaces suggest iron chisels and hammers, but these marks alone do not explain the organizational precision required to coordinate hundreds of workers over decades, nor do they account for how removed rock was transported away from the site without choking the narrow plateau below. There is no clear evidence of where the stone went, no massive spoil heaps commensurate with the volume extracted, and no contemporary text describing the feat in a culture otherwise rich in poetic and religious literature. Some scholars propose that the temple was carved rapidly, perhaps within a single generation, to demonstrate royal power through excess, while others argue for a slower, multi-generational effort. Yet both explanations struggle to reconcile the logistical silence that surrounds the project. This silence invites speculation, not of lost super technology, but of lost social organization, guild systems, ritual labor obligations, cosmological motivations that framed such work not as extraordinary but as necessary. In Hindu cosmology, Mount Kailash is the cosmic axis, the abode of Shiva, and the temple's form mirrors this sacred mountain, suggesting that carving downward into the earth was itself an act of cosmogenesis, recreating the universe in stone, a symbolic inversion of construction that aligned human effort with divine creation. More unconventional theories extend this symbolism further, proposing that such precision and scale imply knowledge systems no longer accessible, or that the Kailasa temple represents the final expression of an earlier, now vanished architectural lineage absorbed by later dynasties. These interpretations persist because the temple resists reduction to mere religious enthusiasm or imperial display. It feels instead like the product of absolute confidence in continuity, of a society certain that its cosmology, labour, structures, and cultural memory would persist long enough to justify carving eternity into bedrock. What remains most haunting is not the question of how the temple was made, but why its creators left so little explanation of themselves, trusting stone alone to carry meaning forward. Today, standing in the shadow of its carved towers, one senses not triumph, but vulnerability, the realization that even the most permanent gestures can outlast the context that gave them clarity. The Kailasa temple endures as an absence made solid, a reminder that human civilizations often speak most loudly through what they assume need not be explained, and that when those assumptions fail, monuments remain not as answers, but as profound, unresolvable questions carved patiently into the earth. Westford Night. On a quiet stretch of land in eastern New England, far from medieval battlefields and Old World chronicles, a weathered carving known as the Westford Knight lies etched into exposed bedrock, easy to overlook, easy to dismiss, and yet persistent enough to unsettle anyone who pauses long enough to see not just marks, but intention left by people who, if the carving is what some claim, believed their world extended far beyond the edges of known maps. The landscape around it offers no sense of arrival, no monumentality, only trees, lichen, and stone shaped by centuries of frost and rain. And it is precisely this ordinariness that creates the intrigue, because history, as it is usually told, insists that nothing like this should be here. Modern observers approach the site carrying assumptions about settlement, navigation, and cultural isolation, expecting early North America to bear only indigenous marks, prior to European colonization. Yet, the Westford Knight resists clean categorization, presenting a figure that resembles a fully armoured medieval warrior, sword and shield, discernible to those willing to trace the lines, raising the uncomfortable possibility that contact, travel, or presence occurred where no records say it did. The carving itself is shallow, worn nearly flat by time, and this ambiguity becomes central to the debate, because what one viewer sees as random fractures or glacial scarring, another sees as a deliberate human figure, proportioned and posed, according to European martial iconography rather than indigenous symbolic tradition. Proponents of the carving's authenticity point to specific details: a long sword angled downward, a round shield marked with what appears to be a heraldic device, and a helmeted head positioned in a stance consistent with 14th century funerary effigies found across England. Some interpretations connect the figure to Sir Henry Sinclair, a Scottish nobleman associated through later genealogical claims with voyages across the Atlantic in the late 1300s, arguing that the Westford Knight may be a memorial marker, not a territorial claim, placed by companions to mark death rather than conquest. Supporting this view are nearby stone features, sometimes described as navigational markers or boundary stones, as well as alignments that enthusiasts argue correspond to medieval surveying practices. Yet none of this exists within a clear archaeological framework. There are no associated artifacts, no campsites, no datable organic material, only stone upon stone, interpretation layered atop erosion. Mainstream archaeology explains the carving as a natural formation accentuated by wishful thinking, or as a colonial-era curiosity shaped much later by settlers familiar with European imagery, emphasizing that glacial striations, quarry marks, and random cracking can easily mimic recognizable forms once the human brain begins searching for pattern. This explanation is supported by the absence of corroborating evidence for medieval European presence in New England, a silence that historians argue cannot be ignored simply because an image feels evocative. Yet, the contradiction persists because the carving does not sit comfortably alongside other colonial graffiti or folk carvings, which tend to be deeper, more linear, and accompanied by initials, dates, or religious symbols. While the Westford Knight appears weathered to a degree consistent with great age, its lines softened as though they have endured centuries of exposure rather than decades. Geological analysis complicates the picture further, as estimates of surface erosion vary widely, depending on assumptions about climate, lichen growth, and freeze-thaw cycles, making precise dating nearly impossible without removing material, something preservationists resist. The debate thus becomes less about the stone itself, and more about thresholds of historical comfort. How much ambiguity can be tolerated before established timelines are questioned? Speculative interpretations flourish in this space, some suggesting that Norse exploration did not end at Lanceau Meadows, but extended sporadically southward, leaving ephemeral traces that rarely survived, while others imagine secretive voyages by European elites motivated by trade, pilgrimage, or exile rather than colonization. More restrained theories propose that the carving may commemorate a later symbolic act, perhaps created by antiquarians centuries after the Middle Ages, deliberately imitating medieval forms to anchor a sense of antiquity in the New World, revealing more about colonial longing than transatlantic contact. Still others argue that the Westford Knight is best understood as a palimpsest, a natural rock formation subtly enhanced by human hands at different times, accruing, meaning through reinterpretation rather than original intent. What unites these theories is not evidence, but unease. The recognition that historical certainty often depends on the survival of fragile documentation, and that absence of proof is not proof of absence, only of lost context. If a medieval visitor did stand here, carving a final marker into unfamiliar stone, the act would have been profoundly human. A desire to be remembered in a place where memory itself was uncertain, trusting that stone might carry meaning across an ocean of time. And if the carving is nothing more than nature misread by modern eyes, that misreading itself becomes significant, revealing how powerfully the idea of hidden history appeals to societies built on incomplete narratives. The Westford Knight ultimately refuses resolution, not because it proves alternative history, but because it exposes the boundary between evidence and expectation, reminding us that history is not only what happened, but what can be securely known. The figure remains faint, half erased, balanced between accident and intention, asking not whether the past was stranger than we assume, but whether our confidence in knowing it rests on foundations as weathered and uncertain as the stone itself. Eridu and the ziggurat of Enki. At the southern edge of ancient Mesopotamia, where the land once softened into marsh and fresh water met salt, the ruins of Eridu rise gently from the plain, not as towering monuments, but as accumulated layers of belief, built by people who assumed their settlement marked a beginning rather than an end, a place where the world itself had first been made intelligible. To its inhabitants, Eridu was not merely a city, but the city, the original dwelling of the gods, and at its heart stood the sanctuary of Enki, lord of freshwater, wisdom and creation, a structure rebuilt so many times that its very persistence became its meaning. The earliest builders likely believed that continuity was guaranteed, that as long as rituals were performed and foundations renewed, the cosmic order would remain stable. Yet today, Eridu feels less like an origin point and more like a residue, a reminder that even beginnings can be forgotten. Modern archaeology approaches the site expecting clarity from primacy, texts, declarations, unmistakable markers of firstness. But Eridu resists this expectation, offering instead a slow accumulation of mud brick temples, stacked atop one another, each preserving the footprint of the last, as if history here was not meant to advance, but to circle back on itself. Excavations reveal that Eridu was occupied as early as the 6th millennium BCE, long before urbanism fully crystallized elsewhere, with successive temples dedicated to Enki rising atop earlier shrines in an unbroken sequence spanning thousands of years. These were not grand ziggurats at first, but modest platforms, reed-built sanctuaries gradually formalized into mud brick structures, aligned with waterways and oriented toward the life-giving marshes, reflecting a world view rooted not in domination of the land, but negotiation with it. Over time, these platforms grew in scale and complexity, eventually giving rise to what later observers would recognize as the Ziggurat of Enki, a stepped artificial mountain rising from a flat landscape, an architectural metaphor for ascent from chaos to order. The evidence speaks of deliberate continuity, altars rebuilt in the same position, offering tables preserved through generations, floor plans respected even as materials changed, suggesting a cultural memory so strong that innovation was secondary to preservation. Pottery styles evolve, tools improve, trade networks expand, yet the temple remains anchored to its original axis, implying that the sacred geography of Eridu mattered more than economic or political shifts. Cuneiform texts from much later periods remember Eridu as the first city, created before kingship descended from heaven, a place where divine law was established before human rule, reinforcing the idea that Eridu's significance lay not in power, but in precedence. And yet, the contradictions accumulate quietly. Despite its mythic status, Eridu never became a dominant political center, never commanded the armies or monumental excess of later cities like Uruk or Ur, and eventually it was abandoned altogether, left to dry as waterways shifted and the marsh retreated. Archaeologically, the ziggurat visible today dates to the Ur III period, around 2100 BCE, built under King Ur-Nammu, long after Eridu's supposed primacy, raising the question of whether later rulers were preserving an ancient sacred site or attempting to appropriate its authority through reconstruction. The mud brick construction, vulnerable to erosion, required constant maintenance, yet there is no clear record of why this effort persisted for so long or why it ultimately ceased. Environmental studies suggest that salinization, river migration, and climate stress made the region increasingly uninhabitable, but environmental collapse alone does not explain why a city so central to myth was allowed to fade into obscurity. Mainstream explanations frame Eridu as a religious center whose symbolic importance outlived its economic viability, yet this explanation feels incomplete because symbols usually migrate with people and Eridu's did not. Instead, later cities absorbed its myths while abandoning its physical location, separating story from place in a way that feels deliberate. This separation invites speculation, not of lost technology, but of lost perception, that Eridu's sacredness was tied to a specific ecological context that could not be replicated once the marshland vanished. In Sumerian cosmology, Enki's domain was the Abzu, the subterranean freshwater deep, and Eridu's placement near natural springs and wetlands may have been essential to its function as a liminal space between worlds. When those waters receded, the temple may have remained architecturally intact, but cosmologically hollow, its rituals no longer resonant with the environment they were meant to mediate. More speculative interpretations extend this further, proposing that Eridu preserves memory of a much earlier human transition, from mobile wetland foragers to settled communities, encoding that shift into myth as the descent of civilization from the gods. In this reading, the repeated rebuilding of Enki's temple was not redundancy, but reenactment, a ritual insistence that origins must be continuously renewed lest society forget what made it possible. Other theories suggest that Eridu's mythic status was retroactively constructed, a way for later Sumerians to anchor their identity in a deep past during times of instability, turning an abandoned city into a symbolic cradle precisely because it was safely unreachable. What remains most striking is not that Eridu was forgotten, but how thoroughly its meaning outlived its people, persisting in text long after brick dissolved back into earth. Walking the site today, one sees only low mounds and fragmented walls, nothing that announces primacy or sacredness, and this dissonance becomes the final mystery. Eridu reminds us that civilizations often understand their beginnings only after they have already moved on, and that places once believed to sit at the center of the world can slip quietly into the margins without drama or collapse. The ziggurat of Enki, rebuilt again and again until rebuilding itself ceased, stands not as a monument to triumph, but as a meditation on renewal, loss, and the fragile assumption that meaning, once established, will naturally endure when history suggests it must be constantly reimagined or risk dissolving back into the mud from which it was first raised. Nabta Playa. Far from the Nile's green corridor, deep in what is now one of the most inhospitable stretches of the Eastern Sahara, the prehistoric site known as Nabta Playa lies low against the sand, its stones barely rising above the desert floor, as if they were never intended to impress, but simply to endure, placed by people who once lived in a landscape radically different from the one that surrounds it today, and who likely assumed that the seasonal rhythms sustaining their lives would continue indefinitely. When these stones were set in place, this region was not a barren wasteland, but a savanna punctuated by lakes, grasslands, and migrating herds, a place where human communities gathered repeatedly over generations, investing meaning into a landscape that promised return rather than abandonment. Modern observers encounter Nabta Playa with expectations shaped by monumental hierarchies, pyramids, temples, kings, but the site offers none of these, presenting instead a quiet arrangement of stone circles, alignments, and subterranean features that feel provisional yet deliberate, challenging the assumption that complexity must announce itself through scale or permanence. The intrigue emerges not from what dominates the horizon, but from what appears almost deliberately modest: standing stones aligned with celestial events, carefully placed slabs marking solstices, and evidence of repeated ritual use dating back as far as 6000 to 5000 BCE, predating Stonehenge and the dynastic monuments of Egypt by millennia. Archaeological investigation reveals that Nabta Playa was not a single construction event, but a long-lived ceremonial landscape, revisited seasonally by pastoralist groups who depended on monsoon rains to fill temporary lakes, and who developed a sophisticated understanding of time, space, and recurrence in order to survive. The stone circles themselves, some measuring several meters across, appear aligned to the summer solstice, signaling the arrival of rains essential for grazing and renewal, while larger megaliths placed kilometers away form linear alignments that may correspond to stellar risings, possibly including Orion's belt, suggesting an early cosmological framework linking sky, land, and survival. Beneath the surface, archaeologists uncovered cattle burials placed in clay-lined chambers, accompanied by symbolic objects, indicating ritual behavior centered on livestock long before the rise of Egyptian dynastic religion, where cattle later became deeply embedded in cosmology and kingship. Radiocarbon dating situates these practices firmly in the Neolithic, among communities without agriculture in the later Egyptian sense, without metallurgy, without cities, yet clearly capable of coordinated labour, long-term planning, and abstract symbolic thought. The stones themselves are not massive by later megalithic standards, but their placement required foresight, cooperation, and continuity across generations, implying shared knowledge systems transmitted orally and ritually rather than through writing. And yet, the contradictions surface quietly. There are no permanent dwellings, no fortifications, no obvious markers of social hierarchy, raising the question of how such precise astronomical knowledge was developed and maintained by mobile groups whose material culture appears otherwise ephemeral. Mainstream archaeology explains Nabta Playa as the product of repeated seasonal aggregation, where knowledge accumulated slowly and was reinforced through ritual, but this explanation leaves unresolved how consistency was preserved across centuries without centralized authority or permanent settlement. The astronomical alignments themselves remain debated, with some researchers cautioning against over-interpretation, arguing that pattern recognition risks imposing modern expectations onto ancient behavior. Yet others point to statistical clustering and contextual ritual evidence that suggest intentional design rather than coincidence. The cattle burials introduce further tension, as they imply symbolic or religious structures far more elaborate than expected for groups often described as simple pastoralists, suggesting that spiritual investment in the landscape may have been as central to survival as hunting or herding. As the climate shifted and the Sahara began its long desiccation, Nabta Playa was gradually abandoned, its lakes drying, its rituals losing practical relevance, and its people migrating toward the Nile, where later Egyptian civilization would emerge, carrying with it echoes of earlier cosmologies reinterpreted in stone and myth. This continuity raises unsettling questions about origins, whether elements of dynastic Egyptian religion, solar alignments, sacred cattle, cosmic order, were inherited from forgotten Saharan traditions rather than invented along the river itself. More speculative interpretations extend this line of thought further, proposing Nabta Playa as a missing chapter in human cognitive development, a place where astronomy, ritual, and survival fused into a proto-scientific worldview, later subsumed by state societies. Others caution against such narratives, emphasizing that complexity need not lead inevitably to civilization, and that Nabta Playa may represent a parallel path of human organization optimized for a world that no longer exists. What remains undeniable is that Nabta Playa embodies a form of intelligence that leaves little trace. Knowledge encoded in movement, in seasonal return, in stone, placed just high enough to be remembered but not defended. Its builders did not seek to dominate the landscape, only to synchronize with it, trusting that the rains would come, that the sky would repeat itself, and that the future would resemble the past closely enough for their markers to remain meaningful. Today, surrounded by silence and sand, Nabta Playa offers no spectacle, only a subtle dissonance, the realization that some of humanity's earliest and most profound engagements with time and cosmos occurred not in cities or temples, but in fragile environments whose disappearance erased the very logic that once made such places intelligible, leaving behind stones that still know where the sun will rise, even if the people who placed them no longer do. Mysterious stone arches. Across disparate landscapes, deserts, highlands, forests, and forgotten plains, stand stone arches whose origins resist clear attribution, structures that appear intentional, yet untethered to known cultures, rising from the earth as if they were never meant to announce themselves, only to persist, shaped by hands that assumed the future would recognize their purpose without explanation. These arches do not belong to a single civilization or era. They exist instead as a pattern scattered across geography, suggesting a shared impulse rather than shared authorship. And their builders likely believed that the act of shaping stone into passage, threshold, or span was so fundamental that it required no inscription, no contextual defense. To modern observers, trained to expect ruins to arrive with dates, names, and functions neatly attached, these arches feel unsettlingly incomplete. Not because they are damaged, but because they survive too cleanly without narrative. The intrigue lies not in their scale. Many are modest compared to pyramids or temples, but in their form, because an arch is never accidental. It requires understanding of load, balance, and compression, and it implies foresight, intention, and confidence that stone can be made to behave predictably over time. Archaeological encounters with such arches often begin awkwardly as they fall between categories, too refined to be dismissed as natural formations, yet too isolated to be comfortably placed within established architectural traditions. Some are found near known ancient sites yet do not match local styles. Others stand alone with no surrounding habitation, no debris fields, no roads, no signs of sustained settlement, only the arch itself framing sky and horizon. Structurally, many of these arches rely on precisely shaped voussoirs or carefully balanced monoliths, their keystones positioned with an understanding of stress distribution that suggests experiential engineering rather than theoretical mathematics. Weathering patterns indicate great age, often comparable to nearby megalithic remains, yet the absence of organic material prevents reliable dating, leaving scholars to infer chronology from erosion, lichen growth, and contextual association rather than direct evidence. In some cases, the arches align with solar events or cardinal directions, casting shadows that mark seasonal transitions, hinting at ritual or calendrical function, while in others their placement appears to frame natural features, mountains, rivers, or celestial rise points, suggesting a symbolic relationship between landscape and movement. The contradiction emerges when these observations are weighed against dominant narratives of architectural development, which tend to treat arches as a relatively late innovation, refined in classical antiquity and disseminated through imperial expansion. Yet these isolated stone arches imply either parallel invention or a much earlier experimentation with form, one that did not leave behind cities or written traditions to anchor its place in history. Mainstream explanations often retreat toward the cautious, labeling such structures as boundary markers, cattle gates, ceremonial entrances, or even incomplete constructions abandoned mid-project. But these explanations struggle when confronted with arches located far from pastoral routes or settlement patterns, in places where utility alone seems insufficient motivation. The engineering itself deepens the tension. Arches are unforgiving structures, intolerant of imprecision, and their successful construction requires not only knowledge, but repetition, trial, and accumulated experience, raising the question of where that experiential knowledge was practiced, if not preserved, elsewhere. Some archaeologists suggest that these arches represent transitional experimentation, moments when communities briefly explored architectural possibilities before social or environmental shifts redirected their priorities, leaving behind isolated exemplars without descendants. Others argue that what appears isolated is only isolated in survival, that most associated structures were built of perishable materials, wood, earth, reed, that vanished, leaving stone arches as the only durable residue of more complex environments. Speculative interpretations widen the lens further, proposing that arches served liminal purposes, ceremonial thresholds between sacred and profane space, markers of passage rather than destinations, designed to be encountered briefly but remembered deeply. In many cultures, the act of passing beneath stone carries symbolic weight: birth, initiation, death, renewal. And an arch naturally embodies this transition, framing the body against sky and stone in a way that subtly alters perception. From this, perspective, the absence of surrounding architecture becomes meaningful rather than problematic. The arch was never meant to be inhabited, only crossed. More unconventional theories suggest that these structures encode astronomical or geomantic knowledge now forgotten, that their placement reflects lost systems of landscape understanding, where stone was used sparingly but deliberately to anchor meaning across vast territories. Such theories persist not because they are provable, but because the arches themselves feel disproportionate to any purely practical explanation, demanding more investment than their apparent utility returns. What remains most challenging is the emotional dissonance these arches produce. They look complete, stable, and intentional, yet they offer no story, no clear lineage, no cultural signature that modern classification can comfortably absorb. They confront us with the possibility that not all human achievement culminates in cities or empires, and that some expressions of knowledge were designed to exist at the margins, quietly integrating with landscape rather than dominating it. If their builders assumed continuity, they were wrong, but not entirely, because the arches still stand, fulfilling at least one expectation: endurance. Today, encountering one of these structures often feels accidental, as though stumbling upon a thought left behind rather than a building, and this quality becomes their final mystery. They remind us that the archaeological record is not a complete archive of human intention, but a selective residue shaped by material survival, chance, and later interpretation. The stone arches remain suspended between nature and culture, function and symbol, accident and design, offering no answers beyond their continued presence. And in doing so, they quietly suggest that some of humanity's most deliberate acts were never meant to be understood in full, only encountered, passed through, and then left behind as the world moved on without explanation. We are taught a very comforting story about human history, a straight line of steady progress, moving from primitive stone stacking to advanced architecture. But when you examine the bedrock of Albania, that illusion violently shatters. Trapped directly beneath the crumbling mortar of medieval empires lies an impossible foundation. Colossal, multi-ton, polygonal megaliths fitted perfectly without a drop of mortar. They were mathematically engineered to survive the cataclysmic earthquakes that eventually wiped out the empires built on top of them. The oldest stones here represent the absolute pinnacle of human engineering. How does an advanced civilization achieve this perfection, only to vanish entirely into the silence of a historical collapse? The timeline is backward, and the physical evidence on the ground is impossible to ignore. 1. Berat Castle's Cyclopean foundations. We are told that human engineering progresses in a straight line. As centuries pass, our tools improve, our knowledge expands, and our architecture becomes far more advanced. But when you stand at the base of Berat Castle in Albania, that comforting narrative shatters instantly. You are staring at a fortress built entirely backward. Resting beneath the crude, crumbling, mortared stones of medieval empires is an impossible foundation. Massive, multi-ton, perfectly fitted megaliths support the entire site without a single drop of mortar. The oldest part of this structure is undeniably the absolute pinnacle of its engineering. How does a civilization lose its greatest building capabilities over thousands of years? Why does the quality of human construction demonstrably degrade as we move forward in time? To truly grasp the magnitude of this anomaly, you must first understand the story we are instructed to believe. The city of Berat is nestled in a rugged, steep valley, widely celebrated for its beautifully preserved Ottoman houses that cling precariously to the hillside. Looming 214 meters above this historic town sits the castle itself. It is a formidable, commanding military vantage point with an unparalleled view of the entire river valley below. If you read the official literature or the plaques bolted to the walls, the history of this site is presented as a neat, linear sequence of standard human conquest. Mainstream archaeology confidently attributes these massive foundational layers to the ancient Illyrian tribes, dating their construction to roughly the 4th century BC. From there, the official narrative tells a very familiar, predictable tale of empire. The Romans arrived and left their mark, followed centuries later by the Byzantines, and eventually the Ottomans, each adding their own defensive layers of brick, mortar, and smaller stones to the summit. In the eyes of Orthodox historians, Berat Castle is nothing more than a highly successful, completely standard fortification. It was built, they say, to protect local tribal populations from the expanding reach of the Macedonians and the mighty Roman war machine. It is a story designed to make perfect sense. It speaks of empires rising and falling, and of conventional military architecture slowly evolving as different cultures occupied the high ground. But this conventional context requires you to completely ignore the glaring physical reality written in the very bedrock beneath your feet. When you strip away the upper layers of crumbly medieval mortar and look closely at the lowest courses of stone, you are confronted with an engineering deficit that actively defies the accepted narrative. The foundation of Berat Castle is constructed using what is known as cyclopean or polygonal masonry. These are not standard uniform blocks that were easily quarried, standardized, and stacked by an unskilled workforce. These are gigantic limestone megaliths. Many of these individual stones weigh several tons apiece, and they have been cut into incredibly complex, multi-sided shapes. They interlock with such astonishing precision that even today, after thousands of years of punishing weather erosion and severe geological upheaval, you cannot slip a razor blade between their joints. And they achieve this absolute structural perfection entirely without the use of mortar, cement, or binding agents of any kind. This is a level of stone masonry that demands a profound mathematical understanding and a staggering degree of spatial awareness executed on a massive, unforgiving physical scale. Imagine the process. A stonemason working with polygonal blocks cannot simply carve straight, uniform lines. They must anticipate the volume, the internal angles, and the weight distribution of every single adjacent stone simultaneously. They carved complex, irregular shapes, creating an interlocking three-dimensional puzzle that locks together permanently under its own immense weight. The mystery deepens significantly when you consider the terrifying logistics of the terrain itself. This castle does not sit on a flat, accessible plain. It sits atop a sheer, unforgiving rocky crag. Dragging stones of this immense weight and size up a steep 200-meter incline completely defies the standard archaeological explanations of basic wooden rollers, hemp ropes, and brute human force. The bedrock of the hill is entirely uneven, jagged, and unpredictable. Yet these massive polygonal blocks are married seamlessly to the natural contours of the mountain. The stones trace the erratic shape of the bedrock perfectly, almost as if the solid limestone had been temporarily softened, moulded into place, and allowed to harden again. Furthermore, this specific region of the Balkans is highly active seismically. Earthquakes are a constant and historically devastating threat to anything built here. Yet the polygonal interlocking design of these ancient foundations acts as a perfect, mathematically designed seismic shock absorber. When the ground inevitably trembles, these multi-sided stones are capable of shifting slightly. They roll with the kinetic energy, absorbing and dissipating the violent shockwaves before settling seamlessly back into their perfect interlocking matrix. This ancient engineering is so incredibly resilient that it has survived countless violent earthquakes over millennia. Keep in mind, these are the exact same earthquakes that have repeatedly cracked, shattered, and destroyed the newer, supposedly more advanced mortared walls built directly on top of them by later empires. Faced with this undeniable physical contrast between the brilliant, mortarless foundation and the crude upper walls, traditional archaeologists do have an explanation ready, and it is one you will find in every textbook. They argue that the Illyrians simply adopted advanced stonemasonry techniques from their neighbours to the south, the ancient Greeks. The accepted theory paints a picture of massive localized industry driven by infinite human labour. It claims that thousands of conscripted workers and skilled stonemasons used rudimentary iron chisels, heavy wooden mallets, and simple geometry to slowly shape these megaliths over decades of backbreaking, relentless work. To solve the logistical nightmare of hauling multi-ton blocks up a sheer rock face, Orthodox historians routinely propose the construction of massive winding earth ramps. According to this view, teams of men used basic pulleys and wooden levers to inch the stones upward, placing them into position through an agonizing, highly dangerous process of trial and error. To the mainstream academic establishment, the glaring contrast between the perfect foundation and the crude upper walls is not an architectural mystery at all. They dismiss it simply as a reflection of changing economic realities and shifting priorities. They argue that later empires like the Byzantines and Ottomans did not lack the intelligence or the skill to build with massive polygonal stones. They simply lacked the time, the infinite slave labour, and the massive budgets required to do so. Mortar and smaller, easily manageable stones were faster, cheaper, and vastly easier to repair after a military siege. It is a comfortable, highly rational explanation that wraps the site up in a neat, easily digestible historical bow. But when you actually stand on the hill at Berat and examine the physical evidence on the ground, that mainstream theory begins to collapse under its own weight. Let us start by looking logically at the proposed earth ramps. The geography of this specific hill makes the construction of massive, gradual earth ramps highly improbable, if not entirely physically impossible. To achieve a workable, safe gradient for hauling multi-ton stones up a sheer rock face, an earth ramp would need to be extraordinarily long and incredibly wide just to support the weight of the stone and the workforce required to pull it. The construction of such a ramp would require mining, moving and packing hundreds of thousands of tons of earth and timber. It would be a monumental engineering feat, almost as impressive as the castle itself. Yet, there is absolutely no geological scarring on the surrounding landscape to suggest that such massive earthworks ever existed. The surrounding terrain remains completely undisturbed. There is no physical evidence of the infrastructure required to build this way, no quarries large enough nearby to account for the stone, and no obvious path to move them. Then there is the precision paradox. While it is absolutely true that the ancient Illyrians were highly skilled metalsmiths, fierce warriors, and capable sailors, the sheer perfection of the mortarless joints in the Berat foundations shows a level of mathematical mastery that simply does not align with the rest of their known settlements. If a civilization is developing a groundbreaking, incredibly difficult architectural technique, they always leave a trail of evidence. You find the prototypes, you find the mistakes. There should be a glaring, obvious presence of transitional architecture scattered across the region. We should see the physical evidence of a learning curve etched in stone as they mastered polygonal masonry over generations. Instead, this impossibly complex technique appears fully realized, perfect and absolute out of nowhere, right at the very base of this singular fortress. This inevitably leads us to the most profound and challenging question of all. Is it possible that the Illyrians simply found these massive foundations already standing? When you examine the lowest courses of these gigantic blocks, The weathering patterns are remarkably severe. The deep pitting, the wind erosion, and the water damage on the face of the foundational stone suggest a level of extreme antiquity that stretches far beyond the neat 4th century BC time frame assigned to them by Orthodox history. These foundational stones have been battered by the elements for a very long time, significantly longer than the stones resting just a few feet above them. The physical wear and tear on the rock itself tells a story of deep time that the textbooks refuse to acknowledge. Berat Castle stands today as a towering physical timeline of human history, rising proudly above the Albanian landscape. But it is a timeline that fundamentally contradicts the story of human progress. The deeper you dig, the further down the massive walls you look, the more sophisticated, precise, and inexplicable the technology becomes. We are presented with a stone narrative of reverse engineering, where the absolute pinnacle of architectural achievement belongs exclusively to the earliest, most enigmatic builders, while the subsequent, supposedly more advanced empires merely stacked smaller, cruder stones upon their masterpiece. If the accepted historical timeline is wrong, and the physical, immovable evidence heavily suggests that it is, we must force ourselves to ask a much larger, paradigm-shifting question. Did the ancient Illyrian tribes truly quarry, haul, shape, and perfectly interlock the impossible bedrock of Berat Castle? Or did they simply wander up a steep, highly defensible hill, discover the indestructible remnants of a forgotten, far more advanced civilization, and build their own primitive fortress upon the shoulders of giants? 2. Rozafa Castle's ancient base. What you are seeing right now should entirely rewrite our history books. We are all taught that human engineering moves in a straight line, evolving from primitive stone stacking to highly advanced architecture. But this site shatters that timeline. The upper walls are crumbling medieval rubble. But the absolute lowest foundations? They are an impossible, earthquake-proof grid of massive, perfectly fitted, multi-ton polygonal megaliths. No mortar, no gaps. How is a highly advanced prehistoric foundation trapped beneath a medieval European fortress? This is the ultimate historical glitch. High on a steep, rocky limestone hill overlooking the strategic convergence of the Buna and Drin rivers in the ancient city of Shkodër, this commanding vantage point has been shrouded in myth and blood for thousands of years. You may have even heard the dark, tragic legend that gives the castle its name. According to local folklore, 3 brothers struggled to build the fortress, but every night the walls they built would mysteriously collapse. To appease the local deities and bind the stone, they were forced to wall the youngest brother's wife, Rozafa, alive into the foundation. It is a chilling story of sacrifice that draws thousands of tourists to the Balkans every single year. But when you strip away the folklore and look closely at the physical reality of the stones themselves, you uncover a story far stranger and far more baffling than any local myth. Mainstream archaeology officially attributes this original fortress to the Illyrians. If you know your ancient history, you know the Illyrians were a fierce, complex confederation of tribes who ruled the rugged terrain of the Balkans. They commanded the Adriatic Sea with legendary fleets of pirates, and they constantly clashed with the expanding empires of the Mediterranean before finally being conquered by the Roman Republic in 167 BC. According to conventional historical timelines, these staggering lower walls were constructed somewhere around the 4th century BC. They were meant to serve as the ultimate stronghold, the heavily fortified capital of an Illyrian kingdom, preparing for a massive siege. We accept this timeline because it makes sense on paper, but pinning an exact date on a carved stone is notoriously difficult, if not entirely impossible, in archaeology. When we step away from the textbooks and look closely at the actual engineering methods used to build this base, The 4th century BC narrative begins to feel incredibly fragile. A much deeper, older mystery emerges directly from the bedrock. To truly understand this anomaly, you have to look closely at the specific, baffling architecture of this timeline defier. The megalithic base is not built with standard, uniform rectangular blocks. Instead, these are enormous, irregularly shaped limestone boulders carved into complex, multi-sided polygons. Some of these individual stones have 5, 6, or even 7 perfectly cut geometric angles. And here is the truly impossible part. They are fitted together without a single drop of mortar to bind them. The joints are so incredibly tight that even after thousands of years of brutal exposure to the elements and countless violent seismic events, you cannot slide a razor blade or a thin sheet of paper between them. This is not just throwing heavy rocks on top of one another to build a barrier. This is an interlocking, 3-dimensional jigsaw puzzle of staggering complexity. By locking these multi-angled megaliths together in this specific non-linear way, the ancient builders created a structure that naturally dissipates kinetic energy. It is an ancient, highly intentional earthquake-proof design. When the ground shakes, these stones are meant to shift, absorb the devastating shockwaves, and settle right back into their perfect interlocking places without ever cracking or falling apart. But the true mystery, the element that should make you question everything you know about human progress, is the jarring contrast between this megalithic base and the ruins stacked directly on top of it. Throughout the centuries, the Romans, the Venetians, and the Ottomans all violently claimed this exact hilltop. They all recognized its unparalleled strategic brilliance, and they all built their own defensive walls, their own watchtowers, and their own military garrisons directly over the original foundation. Yet, these supposedly more advanced, later empires used far inferior, completely rudimentary building techniques. They used smaller, easily manageable stones. They used loose rubble. They used basic baked bricks. And they relied on heavy, thick layers of mortar to hold it all together. And look at the result. Their walls crumble, they decay. They require constant, expensive archaeological restoration just to keep them from sliding down the hill. But the ancient megalithic base beneath them does not move. Think about that for a second. Why would the oldest builders use the most mathematically complex, physically demanding, and incredibly labor-intensive methods imaginable, while later empires, armed with supposedly superior technology, regressed to simpler, weaker techniques? Imagine being a Roman engineer possessing the greatest technology of your era, standing before a wall built centuries before you arrived, and realizing you do not have the capability to replicate it. If human progress is a straight line upwards, the bedrock of Rosafa Castle breaks the line entirely. Of course, conventional archaeology offers a grounded explanation, heavily pushing back against the idea of any lost technology or forgotten civilizations. Mainstream historians are quick to point out that the Illyrians were not the primitive barbarians that ancient Roman propagandists often made them out to be. They were a sophisticated culture with deep trade networks and a profound understanding of the Mediterranean world. The traditional accepted explanation for this impossible masonry is Hellenistic influence. The prevailing theory suggests that Illyrian architects simply borrowed this highly complex polygonal building technique from the neighboring Greeks during the Hellenistic period. But how did they actually execute it? The mechanics, according to the skeptics, are purely a matter of muscle, time, and sheer brutal human willpower. The limestone was quarried locally, likely from the very hill the castle sits upon, completely eliminating the need to transport the massive blocks over long distances. Teams of highly skilled stonemasons would have used hardened iron chisels and heavy stone pounders to slowly, meticulously shape the blocks. Massive earthen ramps, thick hemp ropes, and heavy wooden cranes powered by human treadmills would have been utilized to drag and hoist these multi-ton stones into position. To achieve that perfect mortarless fit, workers would have used a grueling technique of trial and error. They would lift the massive block, place it against its neighbour, mark the high spots where the stones did not sit flush, lower the multi-ton block back down, chisel away the excess stone by mere millimetres, and repeat the exhausting process. They would do this over and over until the two stones mated perfectly. It was, according to the mainstream view, a monumental display of wealth, forced labour, and absolute military might by the Illyrian kings. There was nothing supernatural about it. There was no lost technology. It was just human ingenuity, a massive, dedicated workforce, and decades of backbreaking labour. It sounds perfectly reasonable until you actually stand at the base of Rosafa, look closely at the face of the stones, and apply a bit of critical engineering logic. That is when the conventional explanation begins to violently crack apart. First, there is the undeniable physical evidence of extreme geological weathering. Limestone erodes at a measurable, somewhat predictable rate when exposed to relentless rain and wind. When you look at Rosafa, the deep, heavy pitting and the heavily rounded erosion on the lowest Cyclopean blocks suggest an age vastly older than the Roman, or even the Illyrian additions stacked directly above them. The stones look ancient, tired and deeply scarred by time, in a way the upper stones simply do not. This stark, undeniable difference in erosion has led some alternative researchers and geologists to suggest these lowest stones have been sitting on this hill for far, far longer than the 4th century BC. This directly opens the door to the Pelasgian theory. Ancient Greek historians themselves wrote extensively of the Pelasgians, a shadowy, pre-Hellenic, indigenous people who inhabited the Balkans and the Aegean basin, long before the known classical empires ever rose to power. The ancient Greeks themselves were entirely baffled by these structures. When they encountered the massive Cyclopean walls found throughout the Mediterranean region, they attributed them to these mythical ancestors, claiming the structures were so immensely heavy they must have been built by a forgotten race of giants. You have to ask yourself, could the Illyrians, arriving centuries later, have simply discovered a much older, forgotten megalithic site ruined by time and built their own fortress completely on top of it? Then there is the sheer, undeniable issue of logistics and mathematical reality. Even if we completely accept the Hellenistic influence, the idea of using wooden cranes and trial and error lifting to perfectly join multi-ton, multi-angled stones on a sheer cliffside stretches the absolute limits of practical ancient engineering. Consider the exactness of the mathematics required here. The three-dimensional spatial visualization required to carve a 7-sided, 5-ton block on the ground so that it perfectly matches the complex angles of its neighbours up on a wall implies an understanding of stonemasonry that seems entirely out of place for the region's accepted technological timeline. To cut and place these stones requires a level of absolute precision that modern engineers struggle to replicate today, without the use of laser-guided diamond saws, hydraulic lifts, and advanced computer modelling. The trial and error method becomes completely absurd when you calculate the sheer physical energy required to repeatedly lift and lower a 10,000-pound boulder just to shave off a fraction of an inch of rock. It is an engineering method that completely defies economic and practical logic for a warring tribe desperately trying to build a defensive wall before an impending Roman siege. When survival is on the line, you do not waste years perfectly carving 7-sided polygons if a simple stack of square bricks will do the job. You only build like this if you possess a technology or an understanding of physics that makes this process effortless. Rosafa Castle remains a stunning, silent paradox etched forever into the bedrock of Albania. It is a monument where time appears to flow entirely backward, defying everything we are taught about human evolution and progress. The deeper you dig, the further back in time you go, the more incredibly advanced, precise, and indestructible the engineering becomes. Did the ancient Illyrian builders achieve a sudden, unexplainable flash of architectural brilliance that simply vanished from the region the exact moment the Roman armies marched in? Or does the megalithic base of Rosafa Castle belong to a much older, completely forgotten chapter of human history? An era of lost technology and unknown builders that we are only just now beginning to uncover? We are left standing in the shadow of these impossible stones, forced to wonder if the true masters of our ancient world have been completely erased by time, their identities and their secrets forever buried beneath the crumbling rubble of the empires that followed them. 3. Dura's Amphitheatre, the subterranean giant. In 1966, a man in the bustling coastal city of Durrës, Albania, noticed his fig tree sinking into the earth. It was not a sinkhole. When locals dug into the collapsing soil, they did not find a basement or a lost well. They breached the roof of a colossal, pitch-black subterranean void. As flashlights pierced the darkness, they revealed vast stone arches and intersecting tunnels stretching out of sight. They had accidentally stumbled into the belly of a lost 20,000-seat ancient arena. But that is not the greatest mystery. This massive stadium simply vanished from the historical record, swallowed by the earth. More baffling still, its vast network of underground galleries survived cataclysmic tectonic shifts that repeatedly pulverized the city above it. How does a megastructure of this scale disappear? And how did its hollow subterranean labyrinth outlast the earthquakes that destroyed everything else? For centuries, millions of people walked the streets above, completely unaware that a subterranean giant slept directly beneath their feet. Entire neighborhoods, roads, and modern foundations rested on the fragile ceiling of an ancient ghost structure. It challenges our understanding of urban archaeology and structural resilience. To understand the magnitude of this discovery, we must look at the location. Modern Durrës was known in antiquity as Dyrrachium. It was the vital, beating heart of the Adriatic, the western gateway to the famed Via Egnatia, a superhighway linking the military power of Rome to the immense wealth of the Byzantine East. Mainstream history dictates that this colossal amphitheatre was constructed in the 2nd century AD, likely during the reign of Emperor Trajan or his successor Hadrian. It stands today as the absolute largest amphitheatre ever built in the entire Balkan Peninsula. It was a masterclass in Roman ambition, designed to hold up to 20,000 bloodthirsty spectators drawn from across the empire. The architects did not just build a stadium, they integrated it into the earth, carving the eastern half of the structure directly into the side of a massive natural hill. This hybrid of freestanding architecture and terraforming required moving thousands of tons of earth and stone. Gladiators, wild beasts, and condemned prisoners walked through its gates, their footsteps echoing through a monumental complex designed to project absolute imperial dominance. But the true genius and the true mystery of the Durrës Amphitheatre does not lie in the seating above ground, it lies in the shadows below. When you descend into the subterranean galleries, the true scale of the anomaly becomes clear. You are entering a dizzying, claustrophobic complex of intersecting tunnels. These are not simple passageways. They are sophisticated networks of radial and annular vaults, engineered to bear the impossible weight of thousands of tons of limestone seating and the kinetic energy of 20,000 cheering humans. The precision required to calculate the load-bearing capacity of these overlapping arches is staggering, even by modern engineering standards. Yet the most profound anomaly is the seismic paradox. Durrës sits squarely on a highly active, volatile fault line. The Earth here is restless. Historical and geological records confirm that ancient Dyrrhachium was struck by a series of devastating earthquakes, most notably a cataclysmic tremor in 345 AD that virtually wiped the ancient city off the map. Temples collapsed, city walls shattered, and monuments were reduced to dust. Yet, the hollow subterranean galleries of the amphitheatre, a fragile web of empty spaces beneath the ground, survived almost perfectly intact. Basic physics suggests that a massive hollow structure near the epicenter of a major earthquake should buckle, snap, and cave in under the crushing weight of the earth shifting around it. Furthermore, there is the mystery of the hydroengineering. The lowest levels of these tunnels feature an advanced drainage system that somehow, millennia later, continues to manage subterranean water flow. It actively prevents the underground labyrinth from flooding, channeling groundwater away, with an efficiency that modern civic engineers are still trying to map and understand. The lower galleries also possess strange, unexplained acoustic properties. A whisper at one end of a vaulted corridor carries perfectly to the other, despite the rough, uneven stonework. Was this an intentional design for moving troops and beasts, or a byproduct of an architecture we do not fully comprehend? Mainstream archaeologists and structural historians offer a more grounded, albeit highly impressive, explanation. There is no lost magic here, they argue, only the brutal brilliance of conventional Roman engineering. The secret to the amphitheatre's survival lies in its materials and its integration with the landscape. The builders utilized opus caementicium, the legendary Roman concrete, known for its immense durability and capacity to cure even underwater. More importantly, the decision to anchor the eastern seating and galleries directly into the solid bedrock of the hillside provided an incredible anchor point. The hill essentially absorbed the shockwaves of the earthquakes, acting as a massive natural buttress for the artificial arches. As for the stadium's disappearance, it was not magically swallowed by the earth. Following the devastating earthquakes of the 4th century and the subsequent rise of Christianity, which actively banned gladiatorial combat, the amphitheatre simply lost its purpose. It was abandoned. Over the centuries, nature and humanity reclaimed the space. It filled with silt, sediment, and debris washing down from the collapsed hillside. Throughout the Middle Ages, the crumbling upper tiers were scavenged for building materials. Eventually, dirt covered the rest, and an entirely new layer of the city was built directly on top of the packed earth, sealing the galleries in a lightless tomb for over a millennium. However, for some structural analysts and alternative historians, the conventional explanation leaves too many loose threads. The concept that a natural hill simply deflected massive seismic shockwaves away from a delicate hollow vaulted system is heavily contested. Some researchers argue that the specific mortar mixtures found in the deepest, oldest arches, combined with the flexible, almost articulated design of the joints, suggest something far more profound. They point to an advanced, possibly lost understanding of seismic dampening. Did these ancient builders possess a formula for earthquake proofing, a way to make stone flex rather than shatter that we are only just relearning today? The mystery deepens when we consider the foundation itself. The Romans were famous for co-opting the sacred sites of conquered peoples. They frequently built their grandest monuments directly on top of older megalithic footprints. There are persistent whispers among alternative scholars that the deep, unexcavated bedrock foundations of the Duras Arena might actually belong to an older, lost civilization. Could they be the work of the enigmatic Illyrians or the mythical Pelasgians, who were known across the ancient world for their massive, unyielding stonework? The architecture of the deepest tunnels feels different, heavier, older. Adding to the intrigue is a discovery hidden deep within the dark, suffocating tunnels. Built right into the ancient galleries is a small early Christian chapel adorned with stunning, highly cryptic mosaics. The conventional view says it was a secret gathering place for a persecuted cult, but others ask a different question. Were they hiding from the Romans above, or were they guarding something below? Were they standing watch over a deeper, unexcavated level of the subterranean giant, a threshold to a part of the complex that has never seen the light of day? The most tantalizing fact about the Dura's amphitheatre is that it remains a partially solved puzzle. Today, a massive portion of the arena remains completely unexcavated, trapped beneath the modern streets, homes, and businesses of the contemporary city. We have only scratched the surface of this subterranean giant. Ground-penetrating radar suggests that the labyrinth of tunnels extends much further than we can currently reach, plunging deeper into the bedrock. If this massive network survived catastrophic earthquakes, the fall of empires and centuries of modern urban development crushing down upon it, what else is waiting in the dark below the water table? What deeper secrets, forgotten chambers, or perhaps older massive foundations are still sleeping silently beneath the streets of Albania? We may not know until we dig deeper, but the ingenuity of the ancients is not confined to the Mediterranean. It echoes across the globe, hidden in the jungles, buried in the sand, and carved into the mountainsides. Let us leave the buried tunnels of the Adriatic behind and journey to another corner of the world, where an entirely different kind of impossible stone monument defies everything we thought we knew about human history. 4. Lejre Castle's Illyrian walls. High above the modern Albanian city of Lejre sits a staggering prehistoric anomaly. Beneath layers of medieval Venetian and Ottoman ruins lie colossal, multi-ton stone blocks, fitted together like a massive three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. There is zero mortar holding them together. The joints between these massive, irregularly shaped megaliths are so impossibly tight that not even a razor blade can slip through. How did an ancient culture drag these monolithic stones up a steep, unforgiving hillside and carve them with such terrifying precision? This is not normal ancient construction. This is an architectural impossibility hiding in plain sight. We are looking at stones carved with an accuracy that defies the primitive tools of the era. The sheer weight of the blocks should make such delicate, flush joints physically impossible without modern hydraulic machinery and diamond-tipped saws. Yet here they sit. They are a silent, unyielding monument to an engineering puzzle we still cannot properly solve today. Mainstream history tells us a specific, localized story about this commanding location. This site is the ancient city of Lissus, a highly strategic and fiercely contested stronghold overlooking the winding Drin River and the vast expanse of the Adriatic Sea. According to conventional archaeologists, these formidable foundational walls were erected by the Illyrians, specifically a fierce warrior tribe known as the Labiatai, sometime around the 4th century BCE. It was designed to be an impregnable fortress. Lissus was a vital chess piece in the ancient world, a fortified high ground that eventually caught the hungry, expanding eyes of the Greeks, the Macedonians, and eventually the mighty Roman Empire. To build a stronghold on this peak was an ultimate act of dominance. It declared absolute control over the surrounding trade routes, the deep valleys, and the coastal waters. But while the upper layers of this castle feature the standard, predictable brick and mortar construction of the later empires who conquered it, the Romans, the Byzantines, the Venetians, and the Ottomans, the bedrock foundations tell an entirely different story. The lowest levels of the fortress look as though they belong to a much older, entirely different world. They possess an alien geometry that absolutely does not match the chronological progression of human architecture in the region. We are told the Illyrian tribes built it to defend their lands, but the stone itself whispers a different, much more complicated narrative. To understand the sheer scale of this anomaly, we have to look closely at the masonry itself. Unlike standard ancient brickwork, where perfectly rectangular blocks are stacked in predictable, level, horizontal rows, these foundational stones utilize what is known as polygonal masonry. The blocks have irregular, unpredictable, almost chaotic shapes. Some have 5, 6, or even 7 perfectly straight sides, yet they interlock with a mathematical precision that completely boggles the mind. To build a defensive wall this way is an absolute engineering nightmare. A stonemason cannot simply cut a square block at a quarry, cart it up a hill, and drop it into a uniform gap. Instead, they must carve a stone to perfectly match the bizarre, multifaceted, asymmetrical angles of the stones already laid beside and beneath it. One mistake, one hammer strike too hard, one chisel chip too deep, and the entire block is ruined and rendered useless. And these are not small bricks a worker can hold in one hand. These megaliths weigh several tons each. The logistics of this construction process completely defies standard ancient engineering models. Imagine the raw difficulty of lifting a 5-ton rock, testing its fit against a jagged 7-sided socket, realizing it is off by a fraction of a millimeter, removing it, recarving it, and replacing it. Now imagine doing that hundreds of times on the side of a steep acropolis while maintaining an entirely flush, mortarless exterior face. It borders on the absurd, but there is a brilliant, hidden logic to this madness. Because there is no rigid mortar to crack, crumble, or shatter, and because the irregular shapes distribute weight across multiple non-linear axis points, the wall is incredibly resilient. It absorbs violent kinetic energy. When an earthquake strikes the region, the stones shift slightly, dissipating the shock waves, and then gravity pulls them right back into their perfectly locked positions. It is a self-healing, shock-absorbing megastructure. This is a level of advanced, forward-thinking engineering that allowed the wall to survive millennia of violent earthquakes that completely leveled the much more modern, supposedly advanced structures built on top of it. Of course, conventional archaeology pushes back heavily against any suggestion of the supernatural, the unexplainable, or the unknown. Skeptics and mainstream historians argue that there is absolutely no need to invoke lost technologies or ancient anomalies to explain Leisure Castle. In their view, the Illyrians were simply highly skilled, incredibly patient, and had access to immense, almost limitless manpower. The conventional explanation dictates that the Illyrian builders were heavily influenced by neighboring Greek and Mycenaean engineering techniques. According to this accepted model, workers roughed out the basic shapes of the stones at a nearby limestone quarry. They then dragged the massive blocks up the steep hill on heavy wooden sledges, or rolled them over wooden logs using thick hemp ropes and the brute force of hundreds of enslaved men or tribal laborers. Once on site, the builders supposedly used large wooden A-frame cranes to hoist the stones into the air. The agonizingly precise joints were achieved through endless, grueling trial and error. Masons would use lead plummets and iron chisels, chipping away at the multi-ton blocks little by little. They would lower the stone, check the friction points where the rocks touched, raise the stone back up into the air, chisel away the excess rock in the way, and lower it again. It is a theory grounded entirely in the accepted capabilities of the Iron Age: hard work, iron tools, wooden levers, and decades of relentless, back-breaking labor. It sounds like a perfectly reasonable, rational explanation. That is, until you actually step foot on the site. The conventional trial and error lifting theory rapidly falls apart when you look at the extreme topography of the Leisure Hill. The incline is incredibly steep. There is virtually no flat ground around the outer perimeter of these foundational walls. There is simply no physical room to construct the massive reinforced wooden cranes or the sprawling gradual earth ramps that would be absolutely required to maneuver multi-ton blocks with such pinpoint, delicate accuracy? Where did the hundreds of men stand to operate the heavy ropes? How do you suspend a 5-ton irregular block perfectly still in mid-air on a 45-degree slope while a mason chisels directly underneath it? Furthermore, the physical evidence contradicts the mainstream model. The interior joints of these stones, the hidden faces where rock tightly meets rock, lack the excessive friction marks, the heavy gouging, and the deep chipping you would naturally expect from massive stones constantly being dropped, tested, grinding together, and removed over and over again. The cuts look deliberate, confident, finished on the very first attempt. And then there is the truly unsettling global connection that mainstream history struggles to answer. This exact style of impossible polygonal masonry is not unique to the hills of Albania. We see the exact same mortarless, multi-ton, jigsaw puzzle walls thousands of miles away. We see them in the towering ruins of Sacsayhuaman in the high Andes of Peru. We see them on the remote, isolated shores of Easter Island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The similarity in engineering style and seismic function is uncanny. Did the ancient Illyrians independently invent this agonizingly difficult, hyper-specific building style in a total vacuum, completely isolated from the empires of South America? How do wildly different cultures, separated by vast oceans and impossible terrain, develop the exact same mathematically absurd method of building? Or is it possible that the Illyrians did not build these foundations at all? Did they simply claim a fortress that was already there, building their empire upon the much older ruins of a forgotten prehistoric builder culture? Some alternative historians point to the legendary Pelasgians, a mysterious pre-Hellenic civilization whispered about in ancient Greek myth. Could this global fingerprint of mortarless megaliths be the remnants of an advanced, lost epoch whose incredible techniques spanned the entire globe long before the very first page of recorded history was ever written? We are left staring at a sheer wall of unanswered questions. Are we simply underestimating the sheer willpower, the infinite patience, and the unrecorded genius of the ancient Illyrian stonemasons? Is standard human ingenuity truly capable of shaping mountains with nothing but iron chisels and hemp rope? Or are the massive foundation stones of Leisure Castle the silent, stubborn fingerprints of a forgotten era? An era when humanity possessed tools, techniques, and a profound understanding of geometry and physics that has since been violently erased from the timeline of our world. The mortarless puzzle of Leisure continues to defy time, standing as a quiet sentinel over the Adriatic Sea, keeping its secrets locked away in stone. But it is not the only ancient megastructure hiding impossible geometry in plain sight. Which brings us to our next mystery. 5. Bilis Archaeological Park, high in the rugged mountains of Albania, overlooking the winding Vjosa River Valley, from an elevation of over 500 meters, sits a sprawling ruin that defies geographical and logistical logic. Before you are 2.2 kilometers of massive precision-cut, multi-ton limestone perimeter walls. These are not standard brick and mortar defences. They are an interlocking, earthquake-proof, megalithic foundation built on a punishing mountain peak. How did an ancient people manage to construct a flawlessly fitted cyclopean metropolis on such a steep incline? The answer changes everything we know about antiquity. Welcome to Bilis, the high-altitude enigma that continues to baffle those who study it closely. When we think of ancient strongholds, we often picture structures that make sense within their environment, utilizing the natural landscape to minimize the sheer, grueling effort of building. But here, the environment is the enemy. It is unforgiving. It is steep, isolated, and incredibly difficult to navigate even today. Yet, someone decided that this precise peak, gazing down upon the valleys of the Balkans, was the exact location for an architectural masterpiece. We are looking at an undertaking of monumental proportions, where thousands upon thousands of tons of stone were manipulated with a level of precision that modern engineers would struggle to replicate on such a severe gradient. Bilis is not just a collection of old rocks. It is a mathematical and physical paradox carved into a mountaintop. To understand the anomaly, we must first look at what mainstream history tells us. Orthodox archaeology and conventional textbooks attribute the construction of Bilis to the Illyrian tribe of the Biliones. The timeline places its foundation squarely in the 4th century BC. According to the academic consensus, these emerging mountain people established this site as a strategic military outpost and a crucial stronghold to dominate the ancient trade routes winding through the river valley far below. Over the centuries, the narrative suggests a straightforward, linear progression. The fortress evolved. It expanded from a rugged tribal settlement into a prosperous, bustling Hellenistic city, complete with a stadium, a theatre, and sophisticated civic planning. Later, it became a Roman colony under the rule of Augustus, adapting to the needs of an expanding empire before finally transitioning into a prominent Byzantine religious centre. Mainstream historians present this as a neatly packaged story of a city growing, adapting, and utilising the standard classical era engineering techniques available during each respective epoch. They point to the Hellenistic influence sweeping through the Mediterranean, bringing with it advanced concepts of urban planning and monumental architecture. In this view, Bilis is simply another successful provincial capital, built by a determined people eager to secure their territory and showcase their growing wealth. But when you step away from the textbooks and stand before the actual stones, this neat, linear narrative begins to fracture. The physical reality of the site tells a far more complicated story, one that the conventional timeline struggles to comfortably accommodate. Let us focus our attention on the Cyclopean walls themselves. When you examine the lower courses of the defensive perimeter, you are immediately confronted by an impossible level of craftsmanship. The foundation stones are colossal. We are talking about massive blocks of dense limestone, many weighing several tons each, fitted together so tightly that you cannot slide a single sheet of paper between the joints. And they achieved this perfect seal without a single drop of mortar. This is not simply a matter of stacking heavy rocks. This is a deliberate, highly sophisticated technique known as polygonal masonry. The builders did not use simple, uniform squares or rectangles. Instead, each block was carved with multiple, complex and highly specific angles. They lock into one another like a massive three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. This interlocking method distributes weight and tension in a way that standard block laying cannot, creating a structure that is inherently capable of absorbing immense seismic shock. In a region known for its earthquakes, these walls were engineered to be practically immortal. Now, consider the altitude and the logistics of this undertaking. You are standing over 500 meters above sea level on a steep, punishing gradient. Try to visualize the sheer physical nightmare of the quarrying process alone. Extracting these colossal blocks from the bedrock without modern explosives or diamond-tipped saws is a monumental task. But then comes the transportation. Moving multi-ton, irregularly shaped monoliths across uneven mountain terrain, positioning them along a sheer drop and then lifting them into place. Finally, the placement itself. To achieve a mortarless, perfectly flush joint with polygonal blocks, the stones must be shaped to fit the specific contours of the stones around them. You cannot simply drop a 3-ton block into place and hope it fits. It requires precise measurement, lifting the block, testing the fit, lowering it, shaving off millimeters of stone, and repeating the process until the seal is absolute. Doing this on flat ground is a masterclass in stone masonry. Doing it on the side of a mountain dangling over a river valley, borders on the inexplicable. The sheer mathematical precision and the logistical coordination required to execute this multi-kilometre perimeter would demand massive resources, specialised engineering knowledge, and tools that, frankly, an emerging 4th century BC mountain tribe simply should not have possessed. Of course, conventional archaeologists maintain that there is no profound mystery to be found here. They argue that the answers lie not in lost technologies, but in the simple application of time, immense human labour, and Hellenistic ingenuity. The skeptical view addresses the logistical nightmare by pointing to local geology. They posit that the limestone did not need to be hauled up the crushing incline from the valley floor. Instead, they argue the stone was sourced from quarries located right there on the very same mountain peak. This drastically reduces the impossible vertical transport to a horizontal, albeit still incredibly difficult, drag across the plateau. How did they move and place the stones? The mainstream explanation relies on the standard toolkit of the classical age. Through the application of simple physics, leveraging wooden sledges, hundreds of rolling logs, massive earthen ramps built up against the walls, and Iron Age block-and-tackle crane systems, the impossible becomes entirely possible. It just requires an army. They argue that thousands of labourers, skilled tradesmen, and likely a vast workforce of slaves were deployed to slowly piece the city together over many decades of grueling, back-breaking labour. The motive for this extreme generational effort is clear to historians. The ultimate strategic reward was worth the blood and sweat. By dominating this specific peak, the Biliones controlled the entire region. They had an impenetrable, self-sufficient fortress with a godlike view of the vital trade routes, allowing them to tax, protect, or destroy anyone moving through their territory. In this view, necessity and sheer human willpower are the only secrets hidden within the stones. But when we look strictly at the physical evidence, the mainstream explanation reveals glaring inconsistencies. The most profound issue at Bilis is the architectural regression. Take a close look at the stratification of the ruins. The oldest part of the site, the massive, mortarless, perfectly fitted polygonal foundation blocks, represents the absolute highest level of engineering present on the mountain. Yet, as you look higher up the walls to the later Roman and Byzantine additions built directly on top of these foundations, the building quality plummets. The later civilizations used much smaller stones. The cuts are crude, uneven, and entirely dependent on thick layers of mortar to hold the structure together. Why did the engineering quality drastically regress? If the site represents a continuous evolution of a prospering city, as the timeline suggests, the architecture should improve as tools, technology, and wealth advanced. Instead, the greatest masters of stone at Bilis were the very first ones to arrive, and no one who followed could replicate their work. Even if we accept that the stone was quarried nearby, the precision cutting remains a massive hurdle. Fitting highly irregular multi-ton polygonal blocks to sit flush on a steep incline requires a level of mathematical and geometrical sophistication that seems entirely out of place for a newly emerging mountain tribe. The 4th century Biliones were surrounded by contemporaries building with rough fieldstone and earth. Suddenly, they manifest the most advanced, labour-intensive, seismic-resistant masonry known to the ancient world. It does not fit the archaeological context of the region. This brings us to a fascinating and controversial alternative. What if the Illyrians did not build the Cyclopean base? What if they simply found it? The pre-existing foundation theory suggests that the megalithic footprint of Bilis belongs to a much older, forgotten era of master builders. A civilization with the capability to easily manipulate multi-ton blocks with mathematical precision. Under this theory, The 4th century mountain tribes discovered the remnants of this ancient impregnable fortress, claimed it as their own, and built their inferior, rougher structures on top of the astonishing foundations left behind by their predecessors. It explains the sudden appearance of advanced engineering, and it perfectly explains the undeniable architectural regression that followed. The stones at the bottom speak a totally different language than the stones at the top. Standing among the ruins of Bilis, we are left looking at a stark, undeniable visual paradox. On one hand, we have the crude, standard, classical ruins of the Romans and Byzantines, slowly crumbling into the earth. On the other hand, supporting them, we have the impossible ancient foundational stones, locked together in a timeless embrace, defying earthquakes and millennia of erosion. The high-altitude enigma of Bilis forces us to ask a difficult, perhaps uncomfortable question about our past. Are we truly looking at the triumph of a 4th century mountain tribe who briefly mastered the stone before their secrets were lost forever? Or are we looking at the inherited, surviving skeleton of something far older, a legacy written in limestone that mainstream history simply isn't ready to acknowledge? The answers remain locked inside the polygonal walls, waiting for those willing to look closer. But Bilis is not the only place where the foundation tells a different story than the ruins above it. As we leave the mountains of Albania, we must turn our attention to another site, where the scale of the ancient engineering becomes even more overwhelming. 6. Apollonia Archaeological Park, the Sudden Silence. Imagine a thriving, hyper-advanced metropolis of 60,000 people. A city of colossal stone pillars, terraced temples, and absolute wealth. Then, almost overnight, someone throws the switch. The city powers down, the people vanish, the grand avenues fall silent. This is Apollonia. Located in the hills of modern-day Albania, this is not just a ruin slowly decaying over time. It is a crime scene of antiquity, a massive megalithic puzzle where 80% of an empire's crown jewel remains entirely swallowed by the earth, buried in a sudden deafening silence. How does a city of this magnitude just turn off? You are looking at a place that shaped the minds of emperors, an architectural marvel built with a precision that defies the chaotic landscape surrounding it. Yet, the stone ghosts of Apollonia hold a terrifying secret. The columns that still pierce the sky are only the very tip of an impossible iceberg. Beneath the soil lies a sprawling, dormant machine of a city, frozen in time. What triggered this sudden silence? And more importantly, what is still hiding in the dark, buried layers below? To understand the sheer scale of this anomaly, we have to look at what this site once was. Apollonia was not a backwater outpost. It was an epicenter of power, founded in 588 BC by Greek colonists from Corinth and Corfu. It was aggressively built on the Illyrian coast to dominate the region, and dominate it did. Apollonia exploded into an incredibly wealthy, independent city-state. It minted its own silver coins, which have been found scattered as far away as the Danube River basin. It eventually transformed into a vital, highly fortified Roman stronghold. The city was so prestigious, so intellectually and militarily advanced, that a young Octavian was stationed here, studying philosophy and warfare. He was walking these very stone streets when the news arrived that Julius Caesar had been assassinated. Octavian would leave Apollonia to become Augustus, the first emperor of Rome. This was a city that forged emperors. The physical footprint of Apollonia matched its staggering reputation. We are talking about a sprawling, terraced urban landscape, heavily fortified by over 4 kilometers of colossal defensive walls. Inside those walls was a world of polished marble, grand temples, an intricate theatre carved into the earth, and bustling inland ports that connected the Adriatic Sea to the deepest reaches of the Balkans. It was an ancient New York, a beacon of human engineering, culture, and dominance. It was designed to last forever. But when we look closely at the stones themselves, the conventional narrative begins to fracture. The engineering found at Apollonia goes far beyond standard ancient construction. It borders on the inexplicable. Take the Bouleuterion, often called the Monument of the Agonathetes. Standing before its remains, you are confronted by a staggering level of precision. Massive Corinthian columns support incredibly heavy, intricately carved stone architraves. These are multi-ton blocks of stone. How were they quarried, transported across rugged terrain, and hoisted into perfect alignment on a sloped, terraced hillside? The sheer logistics required to assemble these structures demand an industrial capacity that we rarely credit to the ancient world. The precision of the joints, the load-bearing calculations, the perfect symmetry. It is a masterclass in megalithic geometry. Yet the monumental architecture above ground pales in comparison to the hidden machinery below. Apollonia possessed a highly sophisticated, seemingly impossible water infrastructure. The Nymphaeum was a massive public fountain, but the word fountain does not do it justice. The ancient engineers of this city manipulated deep underground springs, carving extensive channels and cisterns into the bedrock to feed a complex network of pressurized water. They were moving thousands of gallons of water uphill, fighting gravity through a mastery of hydroengineering that rivals, and in some ways surpasses, modern municipal capabilities without the use of electricity or motorized pumps. They tamed the earth itself. But here is the most baffling anomaly of all. The monumental structures we can see today, the pillars, the theatre, the foundations of the great temples, represent a mere fraction of the city. Despite over a century of excavation, an estimated 80 to 90% of Apollonia remains completely unexcavated. It is unseen, unmapped. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have swept the rolling hills surrounding the main archaeological park, and the readouts are staggering. The soil is hiding massive, anomalous structures, entire city blocks, heavy, dense foundations lying dormant beneath feet of earth. You are standing on a buried metropolis. The sheer volume of dirt and debris required to cover a city of this size is mind-bending. It is as if a giant hand simply swept a blanket of earth over a thriving capital, pausing it in time. Mainstream archaeology and geology offer a highly pragmatic yet devastating explanation for the sudden silence of Apollonia. There was no mystical vanishing, there was an ecological cataclysm. According to the conventional timeline, the doom of the city was sealed in the 3rd century AD. A massive, violent earthquake struck the region. But it was not the tremor that killed Apollonia. The earthquake triggered a catastrophic, permanent geological shift. It violently altered the course of the Vjosa River. For centuries, this river was the lifeblood of the city, providing a navigable inland harbour that brought the wealth of the Mediterranean directly to Apollonia's doorstep. In the blink of an eye, the earthquake severed that artery. The river shifted miles away. The once vibrant harbour, previously deep enough to hold fleets of heavy trade ships, was instantly choked off. It turned into a stagnant, rapidly expanding, malaria-infested swamp. The skeptic's view is clear and rational. Faced with a sudden explosion of deadly disease and the total collapse of their maritime economy, the population had no choice. You cannot eat marble. You cannot trade with a swamp. The citizens of Apollonia simply packed up whatever they could carry and fled. The city was not magically erased, it was abandoned to the elements. Without the continuous maintenance of its 60,000 residents, the highly engineered terraces collapsed. The mudslides came. The vegetation took over. Over the centuries, the wind and rain buried the grand metropolis in soil, leaving only the tallest columns gasping for air above the new ground level. It is a neat, tidy explanation, but when you apply pressure to this theory, the cracks start to show. The pragmatic abandonment narrative is full of paradoxes that keep the mystery of Apollonia fiercely alive. First, look at the hydro-engineering. We are told these were master engineers, capable of designing the Nymphaeum. These were minds that could manipulate natural water tables, alter underground springs, and build gravity-defying pressurized water networks that functioned flawlessly for hundreds of years. Are we truly expected to believe that this same civilization, possessing this level of technological prowess and immense wealth, was entirely powerless to dredge a harbour? Why did they not adapt? A city that could move mountains of stone and divert subterranean rivers surely had the engineering capacity to dig a canal or engineer a solution to a shifting riverbed. Yet they vanished. Second, there are the unanswered questions of the soil. The archaeological record of the abandonment is completely inconsistent with a slow, pragmatic evacuation. When a city dies slowly from economic decline, it is stripped bare. People take their valuables. They dismantle the temples to reuse the expensive stone elsewhere. But that is not what we find in Apollonia. The speed of the abandonment left incredibly heavy, priceless artifacts, perfectly intact in the dirt. Massive, masterfully carved statues were left standing in the mud. Caches of wealth and heavy, ornamental stonework were abandoned exactly where they sat. It does not look like a measured relocation. It looks like a panicked evacuation. It looks as though the inhabitants left with the full intention of returning the next day, only to never come back. And then we return to the subterranean secrets, the unexcavated 80% of the city. If a simple earthquake and mudslide buried the city, why do the radar anomalies suggest structures far larger and denser than what we see on the surface? Could the deepest, oldest layers of Apollonia hold evidence of a different kind of origin? Some researchers point to the possibility of older, pre-Greek, megalithic foundations waiting in the dark. Did the Greeks and Romans simply build their city on top of something far more ancient, something left behind by the original Illyrian tribes, or an even older lost civilization? The sheer mass of the unexcavated blocks suggests that we do not actually know the true origin or the true end of this megalithic complex. The silent sectors of the city are holding their breath. Today, Apollonia is a place of profound, eerie beauty. It is a masterpiece of ancient engineering, a city that forged emperors and defied gravity, only to be abruptly silenced and swallowed by the earth itself. It stands as a haunting monument to the fragility of human empire. But as you walk among the scattered pillars and look out over the rolling, unnatural mounds of the unexcavated landscape, a terrifying realization takes hold. If a metropolis of this staggering magnitude, built with such permanence, heavy stone and advanced technology, can be instantly erased, buried and forgotten by a single geological whim, it forces us to look at the ground beneath our own feet. How many other grand ancient cities are currently sleeping in the dark? What other impossible structures and forgotten empires are buried just inches beneath the soil, waiting patiently to break their sudden silence?